Alemania, por eso es para mí un gran gusto saber que tenemos aquí presencia de empresas alemanas como Siemens Energy, como Linde, como BASF y Porsche, Bosch y la Cámara de Comercio Colombo-Alemana con sus empresas también afiliadas. De otro lado, le doy una bienvenida muy especial a nuestro socio y partner, que es el presidente de energía de la Confederación de Industrias de Alemania, lo que viene siendo la ANDI aquí en Colombia, el doctor Carsten Rolle, con quien conjuntamente hemos venido organizando también este evento y este esfuerzo de sumar a Alemania y Colombia en el tema industrial. Nos acompaña aquí el presidente también de la Agencia de Energías Renovables de Alemania, el doctor Andreas Kuhlmann, quien también a continuación se dirigirá a ustedes y con quien de la mano de él hace un tiempo empezamos a hablar de lo importante que es en el ecosistema tener formación para las energías renovables, para la descarbonización y para la transición energética justa con las comunidades. Y es un socio que viene desde Alemania a firmar con nosotros precisamente este centro. Está también otra empresa alemana que es ThyssenKrupp, el señor Kaufmann de la junta directiva. Todavía me decían que Colombia es un espacio en blanco todavía para esa empresa, pero esperamos que muy pronto ThyssenKrupp también se anime a hacer inversiones en nuestro país. Dicho esto, las áreas de interés para el desarrollo conjunto de todos los actores aquí involucrados, muy importante, las empresas colombianas, Ecopetrol, Promigas y Grupo de Energía de Bogotá, junto con los ministerios mencionados y con los demás actores aquí del ecosistema, se propone relacionar los actores relevantes de las entidades del ecosistema energético en Colombia y Alemania para acordar cosas concretas, proyectos conjuntos de gran escala e implementar en los siguientes años de gobierno esos proyectos. Se busca desarrollar también que los actores públicos y privados trabajen conjuntamente para una transición energética justa y desarrollar la industria de energías renovables y los procesos de descarbonización en Colombia, logrando proyectos de gran escala y financiación. Y también se está buscando con este memorando impulsar este Centro Regional de Formación en Energías Renovables, CERFER, tomando como referencia una expresión de interés que ya se había hecho anteriormente entre la Cámara de Comercio Colombo-Alemana, la Agencia de Energía DENA, el Ministerio de Minas y Energías de Colombia y la Embajada de Colombia en Alemania y la Embajada también de Alemania aquí en nuestro país. Entonces, este memorando lo que busca es volver las cosas concretas, tener gente entrenada para la transición energética y invitar a Alemania a que invierta en Colombia y transfiera mucha tecnología. Muchísimas gracias.
Bueno, sin más preámbulos, ministros, los invito a que empecemos con la firma de este memorando que, como dijo la embajadora Yadir, es la muestra de estas alianzas que estamos empezando a comenzar. Como dijo la embajadora, trabajar conjuntamente por la cooperación, por la transición energética justa es sin lugar a dudas estratégico para el país. Embajadora.
Como en todos estos discursos uno también tiene derecho a cometer errores, ahí cometí uno pequeño y es que no mencioné, aquí están dos centros de excelencia de Alemania que son muy importantes para el desarrollo de la relación bilateral y es el centro alemán, el profesor Stefan Peters de Capaz y también está por aquí Semarín, que bueno allá, Ciencias Oceánicas, entonces también quiero darles la bienvenida y agradecerles por apoyar este proceso.
Muchas gracias. Posterior a esta firma que ustedes están viendo en vivo y en directo, vamos a cortar la cinta para la inauguración aquí en el Centro de Innovación del Caribe del Centro de Formación de Energías Renovables. Esto es en cooperación con el gobierno alemán y con la Cámara de Comercio Colombo-Alemana, que sin lugar a dudas van a ser unos aliados muy importantes para el país en esta transición que, como saben, le estamos apostando para que sea intensiva en conocimiento. No siendo más, quiero un aplauso de todos los que estamos aquí porque ya estamos consolidando este acuerdo. Y bueno, los invito ahora sí a la cortada de la cinta sobre bueno, desanudar la cinta. Los invito a desanudar la cinta. Como ven, hoy estamos inaugurando y nuevamente les cuento el Centro de Formación de Energías Renovables en cooperación con el gobierno alemán y la Cámara de Comercio Colombo-Alemana. Doctor Andreas, lo invito a que también haga parte de este proceso. Un aplauso. Muchas gracias. Bueno, a todos los que nos están viendo en vivo y en directo, ahorita vamos a pasar ahora sí al diálogo binacional, donde empresas y el gobierno nacional va a estar discutiendo sobre esta política de reindustrialización basada en energías renovables, con un gran enfoque hacia el tema del hidrógeno verde, pero que sin lugar a dudas es bastante importante para promover la transición energética. Antes de pasar, voy a darle la palabra a la ministra y al doctor Andreas, que nos van a dar un saludo muy especial. El doctor Andreas, como les comentamos previamente, viene de Alemania, vino al país el día de ayer porque tiene interés el gobierno alemán en seguir trabajando con Colombia en el marco de la transición energética justa. Doctor Andreas.
Thank you very much. How impressive. I'm very, very happy to be here today. It's a wonderful day, and it's a wonderful day because we are a great community, wonderful people who prepared everything, and so many people and companies who really want to do something for the better. And I can say that because, as you know, times are not easy this year and maybe the upcoming years. Something is changing. We're living in a time of uncertainties. And that is especially true regarding all the energy issues. We in Germany are very much in the focus of this current crisis, and I can tell you we are very glad that we have such a strong partner in Colombia, because only with your help it was possible for us to get through this current crisis. I know that is basically based on fossil fuels, which we needed this year, but it also shows us how important it is to keep the focus on the future. Well, we have to save the current problems and we have to keep the focus on the future. And the only thing to really manage this is cooperation. Cooperation and education. That is so important, and I'm very, very happy that your government is currently really putting a big focus on it and that you have strong partners. And also in the years before, there has been done some very good work. This hydrogen roadmap is very important. I remember that your government has presented it in Germany, and then we started the talks about, well, what can we do in order to cooperate? Shouldn't we create a center like this with strong partners? And I must say, the embassy in Germany was a very strong player in this as well. And now at the end, you cut this ribbon. And that is a very nice picture, and I will take it home for me, for my office for sure. I believe that if we look on all these technologies, it's exciting. I'm a physicist, and I know all these technologies are so spectacular. And if I see all these area here, 35 production places in a huge area, and they will all change. And you have plans already to change it. But now you need cooperation. And I can assure you that the German government is very much interested in keeping close contacts. They're just wondering what is the best way to cooperate. Well, that is Germany. Huh? Everybody wants to cooperate, and now we have to coordinate ourselves in order to make the very best cooperation with your government and with all the players here ahead. And I really believe that working on people, helping people to better understand their role in developing all these future technologies and bringing them on the road, really working on the roofs, working in the fields, changing all these power plants over here. And this is exciting, and it's always good to have a center like this. I think this will be a place where people meet, not only from Colombia and Germany, but hopefully from other countries of the world as well. So I probably will be here again soon. And thank you very much again for organizing it. Thank you very much for showing strong leadership, and all the best.
Muy buenos días a todos y a todas. Muchas gracias a la delegación alemana por estar aquí, por haberle apostado también a este principio de cooperación en la intensificación del conocimiento para la transición energética. Hemos hablado durante los últimos 4 meses del enfoque de justicia que tiene para nosotros en este gobierno la transición energética, de manera que, por supuesto, hay un cambio de tecnología que nos permite reducir las emisiones, que nos permite contribuir a la lucha contra el cambio climático, pero que también para nosotros es una oportunidad para cerrar las brechas de pobreza, para cerrar los conflictos ambientales que se han generado por las industrias extractivas. En ese sentido, cooperar en conocimiento también significa para nosotros la necesidad y la oportunidad de intensificarnos en industrialización. Les invitamos entonces a seguir este camino de manera que intensificar el conocimiento nos lleve a tener una cooperación de gran ambición en términos de industrialización en el marco de la transición energética justa, porque el camino para cerrar las brechas en nuestro país pasa necesariamente por transitar de una economía extractivista a una economía productiva para la vida. Y muchísimas gracias por compartir este objetivo que es nacional, pero que también es global.
Bueno, continuaremos esta transmisión próximamente. Invito a todos los que están aquí presentes a que pasen al centro o al salón donde vamos a iniciar este diálogo bilateral, donde nuestros ministros van a hacer la apertura de este evento. Así que muchísimas gracias y nos vemos en segundos.
What would happen if the Ecopetrol Group takes innovation to Colombian regions, contributes to generate new knowledge for local stakeholders like communities, entrepreneurs, organizations, and governments, opens its infrastructure and capabilities to innovators, promotes new ideas impacting Latin America and the world? That is the focus of the Ecopetrol Group's Innovation Centers Network, a network driven by the transforming power of innovation and orchestration to solve local and global challenges. These centers are the Ecopetrol Group's commitment to generate value and find innovative solutions alongside the energy human tech ecosystem. They will develop projects with the support of industry leaders within the regions to bring value to society and improve the quality of life for all. The first innovation centers are located throughout the country, connecting the local challenges with existing countries' capabilities and our global allies. Bogotá, centered on developing technologies for the 4th and 5th industrial revolutions. Bucaramanga will deepen our knowledge of decarbonization. The Caribbean Center, located in Cartagena, will converge on energy transition. Medellín is oriented to energy transmission. And Villavicencio, which will focus on biodiversity. All of them are linked to Ecopetrol's Innovation and Technology Center, ICP, located at Piedecuesta in Santander Province, a unique research center in Latin America known for its leadership in science and development on energy. The innovation centers will be the pivoting point to find, transform, and create scalable solutions for Colombia and the world. The Ecopetrol Group's response to the need for transformation and construction of a different future is sought jointly, pairing the talents of students, entrepreneurs, and industry leaders with the best technology to solve today's problems and project a better tomorrow. What would happen if the Ecopetrol Group takes innovation to Colombian regions, contributes to generate new knowledge for local stakeholders like communities, entrepreneurs, organizations, and governments, opens its infrastructure and capabilities to innovators, promotes new ideas impacting Latin America and the world? That is the focus of the Ecopetrol Group's Innovation Centers Network, a network driven by the transforming power of innovation and orchestration to solve local and global challenges. These centers are the Ecopetrol Group's commitment to generate value and find innovative solutions alongside the energy human tech ecosystem. They will develop projects with the support of industry leaders within the regions to bring value to society and improve the quality of life for all. The first innovation centers are located throughout the country, connecting the local challenges with existing countries' capabilities and our global allies. Bogotá, centered on developing technologies for the 4th and 5th industrial revolutions. Bucaramanga will deepen our knowledge of decarbonization. The Caribbean Center, located in Cartagena, will converge on energy transition. Medellín is oriented to energy transmission, and Villavicencio, which will focus on biodiversity. All of them are linked to Ecopetrol's Innovation and Technology Center, ICP, located at Piedecuesta in Santander Province, a unique research center in Latin America known for its leadership in science and development on energy. The innovation centers will be the pivoting point to find, transform, and create scalable solutions for Colombia and the world. The Ecopetrol Group's response to the need for transformation and construction of a different future is sought jointly, pairing the talents of students, entrepreneurs, and industry leaders with the best technology to solve today's problems and project a better tomorrow. What would happen if the Ecopetrol Group takes innovation to Colombian regions, contributes to generate new knowledge for local stakeholders like communities, entrepreneurs, organizations, and governments, opens its infrastructure and capabilities to innovators, promotes new ideas impacting Latin America and the world? That is the focus of the Ecopetrol Group's Innovation Centers Network, a network driven by the transforming power of innovation and orchestration to solve local and global challenges. These centers are the Ecopetrol Group's commitment to generate value and find innovative solutions alongside the energy human tech ecosystem. They will develop projects with the support of industry leaders within the regions to bring value to society and improve the quality of life for all. The first innovation centers are located throughout the country, connecting the local challenges with existing countries' capabilities and our global allies. Bogotá, centered on developing technologies for the 4th and 5th industrial revolutions. Bucaramanga will deepen our knowledge of decarbonization. The Caribbean Center, located in Cartagena, will converge on energy transition. Medellín is oriented to energy transmission, and Villavicencio, which will focus on biodiversity. All of them are linked to Ecopetrol's Innovation and Technology Center, ICP, located at Piedecuesta in Santander Province, a unique research center in Latin America known for its leadership in science and development on energy. The innovation centers will be the pivoting point to find, transform, and create scalable solutions for Colombia and the world. The Ecopetrol Group's response to the need for transformation and construction of a different future is sought jointly, pairing the talents of students, entrepreneurs, and industry leaders with the best technology to solve today's problems and project a better tomorrow. What would happen if the Ecopetrol Group takes innovation to Colombian regions, contributes to generate new knowledge for local stakeholders like communities, entrepreneurs, organizations, and governments, opens its infrastructure and capabilities to innovators, promotes new ideas impacting Latin America and the world? That is the focus of the Ecopetrol Group's Innovation Centers Network, a network driven by the transforming power of innovation and orchestration to solve local and global challenges. These centers are the Ecopetrol Group's commitment to generate value and find innovative solutions alongside the energy human tech ecosystem. They will develop projects with the support of industry leaders within the regions to bring value to society and improve the quality of life for all. The first innovation centers are located throughout the country, connecting the local challenges with existing countries' capabilities and our global allies. Bogotá, centered on developing technologies for the 4th and 5th industrial revolutions. Bucaramanga will deepen our knowledge of decarbonization. The Caribbean Center, located in Cartagena, will converge on energy transition. Medellín is oriented to energy transmission, and Villavicencio, which will focus on biodiversity. All of them are linked to Ecopetrol's Innovation and Technology Center, ICP, located at Piedecuesta in Santander Province, a unique research center in Latin America known for its leadership in science and development on energy. The innovation centers will be the pivoting point to find, transform, and create scalable solutions for Colombia and the world. The Ecopetrol Group's response to the need for transformation and construction of a different future is sought jointly, pairing the talents of students, entrepreneurs, and industry leaders with the best technology to solve today's problems and project a better tomorrow. What would happen if the Ecopetrol Group takes innovation to Colombian regions, contributes to generate new knowledge for local stakeholders like communities, entrepreneurs, organizations, and governments, opens its infrastructure and capabilities to innovators, promotes new ideas impacting Latin America and the world? That is the focus of the Ecopetrol Group's Innovation Centers Network, a network driven by the transforming power of innovation and orchestration to solve local and global challenges. These centers are the Ecopetrol Group's commitment to generate value and find innovative solutions alongside the energy human tech ecosystem. They will develop projects with the support of industry leaders within the regions to bring value to society and improve the quality of life for all. The first innovation centers are located throughout the country, connecting the local challenges with existing countries' capabilities and our global allies. Bogotá, centered on developing technologies for the 4th and 5th industrial revolutions. Bucaramanga will deepen our knowledge of decarbonization. The Caribbean Center, located in Cartagena, will converge on energy transition. Medellín is oriented to energy transmission, and Villavicencio, which will focus on biodiversity. All of them are linked to Ecopetrol's Innovation and Technology Center, ICP, located at Piedecuesta in Santander Province, a unique research center in Latin America known for its leadership in science and development on energy. The innovation centers will be the pivoting point to find, transform, and create scalable solutions for Colombia and the world. The Ecopetrol Group's response to the need for transformation and construction of a different future is sought jointly, pairing the talents of students, entrepreneurs, and industry leaders with the best technology to solve today's problems and project a better tomorrow. What would happen if the Ecopetrol Group takes innovation to Colombian regions, contributes to generate new knowledge for local stakeholders like communities, entrepreneurs, organizations, and governments, opens its infrastructure and capabilities to innovators, promotes new ideas impacting Latin America and the world? That is the focus of the Ecopetrol Group's Innovation Centers Network, a network driven by the transforming power of innovation and orchestration to solve local and global challenges. These centers are the Ecopetrol Group's commitment to generate value and find innovative solutions alongside the energy human tech ecosystem. They will develop projects with the support of industry leaders within the regions to bring value to society and improve the quality of life for all. The first innovation centers are located throughout the country, connecting the local challenges with existing countries' capabilities and our global allies. Bogotá, centered on developing technologies for the 4th and 5th industrial revolutions. Bucaramanga will deepen our knowledge of decarbonization. The Caribbean Center, located in Cartagena, will converge on energy transition. Medellín is oriented to energy transmission, and Villavicencio, which will focus on biodiversity. All of them are linked to Ecopetrol's Innovation and Technology Center, ICP, located at Piedecuesta in Santander Province, a unique research center in Latin America known for its leadership in science and development on energy. The innovation centers will be the pivoting point to find, transform, and create scalable solutions for Colombia and the world. The Ecopetrol Group's response to the need for transformation and construction of a different future is sought jointly, pairing the talents of students, entrepreneurs, and industry leaders with the best technology to solve today's problems and project a better tomorrow. What would happen if the Ecopetrol Group takes innovation to Colombian regions, contributes to generate new knowledge for local stakeholders like communities, entrepreneurs, organizations, and governments, opens its infrastructure and capabilities to innovators, promotes new ideas impacting Latin America and the world? That is the focus of the Ecopetrol Group's Innovation Centers Network, a network driven by the transforming power of innovation and orchestration to solve local and global challenges. These centers are the Ecopetrol Group's commitment to generate value and find innovative solutions alongside the energy human tech ecosystem. They will develop projects with the support of industry leaders within the regions to bring value to society and improve the quality of life for all. The first innovation centers are located throughout the country, connecting the local challenges with existing countries' capabilities and our global allies. Bogotá, centered on developing technologies for the 4th and 5th industrial revolutions. Bucaramanga will deepen our knowledge of decarbonization. The Caribbean Center, located in Cartagena, will converge on energy transition. Medellín is oriented to energy transmission, and Villavicencio, which will focus on biodiversity. All of them are linked to Ecopetrol's Innovation and Technology Center, ICP, located at Piedecuesta in Santander Province, a unique research center in Latin America known for its leadership in science and development on energy. The innovation centers will be the pivoting point to find, transform, and create scalable solutions for Colombia and the world. The Ecopetrol Group's response to the need for transformation and construction of a different future is sought jointly, pairing the talents of students, entrepreneurs, and industry leaders with the best technology to solve today's problems and project a better tomorrow. What would happen if the Ecopetrol Group takes innovation to Colombian regions, contributes to generate new knowledge for local stakeholders like communities, entrepreneurs, organizations, and governments, opens its infrastructure and capabilities to innovators, promotes new ideas impacting Latin America and the world? That is the focus of the Ecopetrol Group's Innovation Centers Network, a network driven by the transforming power of innovation and orchestration to solve local and global challenges. These centers are the Ecopetrol Group's commitment to generate value and find innovative solutions alongside the energy human tech ecosystem. They will develop projects with the support of industry leaders within the regions to bring value to society and improve the quality of life for all. The first innovation centers are located throughout the country, connecting the local challenges with existing countries' capabilities and our global allies. Bogotá, centered on developing technologies for the 4th and 5th industrial revolutions. Bucaramanga will deepen our knowledge of decarbonization. The Caribbean Center, located in Cartagena, will converge on energy transition. Medellín is oriented to energy transmission, and Villavicencio, which will focus on biodiversity. All of them are linked to Ecopetrol's Innovation and Technology Center, ICP, located at Piedecuesta in Santander Province, a unique research center in Latin America known for its leadership in science and development on energy. The innovation centers will be the pivoting point to find, transform, and create scalable solutions for Colombia and the world. The Ecopetrol Group's response to the need for transformation and construction of a different future is sought jointly, pairing the talents of students, entrepreneurs, and industry leaders with the best technology to solve today's problems and project a better tomorrow. What would happen if the Ecopetrol Group takes innovation to Colombian regions, contributes to generate new knowledge for local stakeholders like communities, entrepreneurs, organizations, and governments, opens its infrastructure and capabilities to innovators, promotes new ideas impacting Latin America and the world? That is the focus of the Ecopetrol Group's Innovation Centers Network, a network driven by the transforming power of innovation and orchestration to solve local and global challenges. These centers are the Ecopetrol Group's commitment to generate value and find innovative solutions alongside the energy human tech ecosystem. They will develop projects with the support of industry leaders within the regions to bring value to society and improve the quality of life for all. The first innovation centers are located throughout the country, connecting the local challenges with existing countries' capabilities and our global allies. Bogotá, centered on developing technologies for the fourth and fifth industrial revolutions. Bucaramanga will deepen our knowledge of decarbonization. The Caribbean Center, located in Cartagena, will converge on energy transition. Medellín is oriented to energy transmission, and Villavicencio, which will focus on biodiversity. All of them are linked to Ecopetrol's Innovation and Technology Center, ICP, located at Piedecuesta in Santander Province, a unique research center in Latin America known for its leadership in science and development on energy. The innovation centers will be the pivoting point to find, transform, and create scalable solutions for Colombia and the world. The Ecopetrol Group's response to the need for transformation and construction of a different future is sought jointly, pairing the talents of students, entrepreneurs, and industry leaders with the best technology to solve today's problems and project a better tomorrow. What would happen if the Ecopetrol Group takes innovation to Colombian regions, contributes to generate new knowledge for local stakeholders like communities, entrepreneurs, organizations, and governments, opens its infrastructure and capabilities to innovators, promotes new ideas impacting Latin America and the world? That is the focus of the Ecopetrol Group's Innovation Centers Network, a network driven by the transforming power of innovation and orchestration to solve local and global challenges. These centers are the Ecopetrol Group's commitment to generate value and find innovative solutions alongside the energy human tech ecosystem. They will develop projects with the support of industry leaders within the regions to bring value to society and improve the quality of life for all. The first innovation centers are located throughout the country, connecting the local challenges with existing countries' capabilities and our global allies. Bogotá, centered on developing technologies for the fourth and fifth industrial revolutions. Bucaramanga will deepen our knowledge of decarbonization. The Caribbean Center, located in Cartagena, will converge on energy transition. Medellín is oriented to energy transmission, and Villavicencio, which will focus on biodiversity. All of them are linked to Ecopetrol's Innovation and Technology Center, ICP, located at Piedecuesta in Santander Province, a unique research center in Latin America known for its leadership in science and development on energy. The innovation centers will be the pivoting point to find, transform, and create scalable solutions for Colombia and the world. The Ecopetrol Group's response to the need for transformation and construction of a different future is sought jointly, pairing the talents of students, entrepreneurs, and industry leaders with the best technology to solve today's problems and project a better tomorrow. What would happen if the Ecopetrol Group takes innovation to Colombian regions, contributes to generate new knowledge for local stakeholders like communities, entrepreneurs, organizations, and governments, opens its infrastructure and capabilities to innovators, promotes new ideas impacting Latin America and the world? That is the focus of the Ecopetrol Group's Innovation Centers Network, a network driven by the transforming power of innovation and orchestration to solve local and global challenges. These centers are the Ecopetrol Group's commitment to generate value and find innovative solutions alongside the energy human tech ecosystem. They will develop projects with the support of industry leaders within the regions to bring value to society and improve the quality of life for all. The first innovation centers are located throughout the country, connecting the local challenges with existing countries' capabilities and our global allies. Bogotá, centered on developing technologies for the fourth and fifth industrial revolutions. Bucaramanga will deepen our knowledge of decarbonization. The Caribbean Center, located in Cartagena, will converge on energy transition. Medellin is oriented to energy transmission, and Villavicencio, which will focus on biodiversity. All of them are linked to Ecopetrol's Innovation and Technology Center, ICP, located at Piedecuesta in Santander Province, a unique research center in Latin America known for its leadership in science and development on energy. The innovation centers will be the pivoting point to find, transform, and create scalable solutions for Colombia and the world. The Ecopetrol Group's response to the need for transformation and construction of a different future is sought jointly, pairing the talents of students, entrepreneurs, and industry leaders with the best technology to solve today's problems and project a better tomorrow. What would happen if the Ecopetrol Group takes innovation to Colombian regions, contributes to generate new knowledge for local stakeholders like communities, entrepreneurs, organizations, and governments, opens its infrastructure and capabilities to innovators, promotes new ideas impacting Latin America and the world? That is the focus of the Ecopetrol Group's Innovation Centers Network, a network driven by the transforming power of innovation and orchestration to solve local and global challenges. These centers are the Ecopetrol Group's commitment to generate value and find innovative solutions alongside the energy human tech ecosystem. They will develop projects with the support of industry leaders within the regions to bring value to society and improve the quality of life for all. The first innovation centers are located throughout the country, connecting the local challenges with existing countries' capabilities and our global allies. Bogotá, centered on developing technologies for the 4th and 5th industrial revolutions. Bucaramanga will deepen our knowledge of decarbonization. The Caribbean Center, located in Cartagena, will converge on energy transition. Medellin is oriented to energy transmission, and Villavicencio, which will focus on biodiversity. All of them are linked to Ecopetrol's Innovation and Technology Center, ICP, located at Piedecuesta in Santander Province, a unique research center in Latin America known for its leadership in science and development on energy. The innovation centers will be the pivoting point to find, transform, and create scalable solutions for Colombia and the world. The Ecopetrol Group's response to the need for transformation and construction of a different future is sought jointly, pairing the talents of students, entrepreneurs, and industry leaders with the best technology to solve today's problems and project a better tomorrow. What would happen if the Ecopetrol Group takes innovation to Colombian regions, contributes to generate new knowledge for local stakeholders like communities, entrepreneurs, organizations, and governments, opens its infrastructure and capabilities to innovators, promotes new ideas impacting Latin America and the world? That is the focus of the Ecopetrol Group's Innovation Centers Network, a network driven by the transforming power of innovation and orchestration to solve local and global challenges. These centers are the Ecopetrol Group's commitment to generate value and find innovative solutions alongside the energy human tech ecosystem. They will develop projects with the support of industry leaders within the regions to bring value to society and improve the quality of life for all. The first innovation centers are located throughout the country, connecting the local challenges with existing countries' capabilities and our global allies. Bogotá, centered on developing technologies for the 4th and 5th industrial revolutions. Bucaramanga will deepen our knowledge of decarbonization. The Caribbean Center, located in Cartagena, will converge on energy transition. Medellin is oriented to energy transmission, and Villavicencio, which will focus on biodiversity. All of them are linked to Ecopetrol's Innovation and Technology Center, ICP, located at Piedecuesta in Santander Province, a unique research center in Latin America known for its leadership in science and development on energy. The innovation centers will be the pivoting point to find, transform, and create scalable solutions for Colombia and the world. The Ecopetrol Group's response to the need for transformation and construction of a different future is sought jointly, pairing the talents of students, entrepreneurs, and industry leaders with the best technology to solve today's problems and project a better tomorrow. What would happen if the Ecopetrol Group takes innovation to Colombian regions, contributes to generate new knowledge for local stakeholders like communities, entrepreneurs, organizations, and governments, opens its infrastructure and capabilities to innovators, promotes new ideas impacting Latin America and the world? That is the focus of the Ecopetrol Group's Innovation Centers Network, a network driven by the transforming power of innovation and orchestration to solve local and global challenges. These centers are the Ecopetrol Group's commitment to generate value and find innovative solutions alongside the energy human tech ecosystem. They will develop projects with the support of industry leaders within the regions to bring value to society and improve the quality of life for all. The first innovation centers are located throughout the country, connecting the local challenges with existing countries' capabilities and our global allies. Bogotá, centered on developing technologies for the 4th and 5th industrial revolutions. Bucaramanga will deepen our knowledge of decarbonization. The Caribbean Center, located in Cartagena, will converge on energy transition. Medellín is oriented to energy transmission, and Villavicencio, which will focus on biodiversity. All of them are linked to Ecopetrol's Innovation and Technology Center, ICP, located at Piedecuesta in Santander Province, a unique research center in Latin America known for its leadership in science and development on energy. The innovation centers will be the pivoting point to find, transform, and create scalable solutions for Colombia and the world. The Ecopetrol Group's response to the need for transformation and construction of a different future is sought jointly, pairing the talents of students, entrepreneurs, and industry leaders with the best technology to solve today's problems and project a better tomorrow. What would happen if the Ecopetrol Group takes innovation to Colombian regions, contributes to generate new knowledge for local stakeholders like communities, entrepreneurs, organizations, and governments, opens its infrastructure and capabilities to innovators, promotes new ideas impacting Latin America and the world? That is the focus of the Ecopetrol Group's Innovation Centers Network, a network driven by the transforming power of innovation and orchestration to solve local and global challenges. These centers are the Ecopetrol Group's commitment to generate value and find innovative solutions alongside the energy human tech ecosystem. They will develop projects with the support of industry leaders within the regions to bring value to society and improve the quality of life for all. The first innovation centers are located throughout the country, connecting the local challenges with existing countries' capabilities and our global allies. Bogotá, centered on developing technologies for the 4th and 5th industrial revolutions. Bucaramanga will deepen our knowledge of decarbonization. The Caribbean Center, located in Cartagena, will converge on energy transition. Medellín is oriented to energy transmission, and Villavicencio, which will focus on biodiversity. All of them are linked to Ecopetrol's Innovation and Technology Center, ICP, located at Piedecuesta in Santander Province, a unique research center in Latin America known for its leadership in science and development on energy. The innovation centers will be the pivoting point to find, transform, and create scalable solutions for Colombia and the world. The Ecopetrol Group's response to the need for transformation and construction of a different future is sought jointly, pairing the talents of students, entrepreneurs, and industry leaders with the best technology to solve today's problems and project a better tomorrow. What would happen if the Ecopetrol Group takes innovation to Colombian regions, contributes to generate new knowledge for local stakeholders like communities, entrepreneurs, organizations, and governments, opens its infrastructure and capabilities to innovators, promotes new ideas impacting Latin America and the world? That is the focus of the Ecopetrol Group's Innovation Centers Network, a network driven by the transforming power of innovation and orchestration to solve local and global challenges. These centers are the Ecopetrol Group's commitment to generate value and find innovative solutions alongside the energy human tech ecosystem. They will develop projects with the support of industry leaders within the regions to bring value to society and improve the quality of life for all. The first innovation centers are located throughout the country, connecting the local challenges with existing countries' capabilities and our global allies. Bogotá, centered on developing technologies for the fourth and fifth industrial revolutions. Bucaramanga will deepen our knowledge of decarbonization. The Caribbean Center, located in Cartagena, will converge on energy transition. Medellín is oriented to energy transmission, and Villavicencio, which will focus on biodiversity. All of them are linked to Ecopetrol's Innovation and Technology Center, ICP, located at Piedecuesta in Santander Province, a unique research center in Latin America known for its leadership in science and development on energy. The innovation centers will be the pivoting point to find, transform, and create scalable solutions for Colombia and the world. The Ecopetrol Group's response to the need for transformation and construction of a different future is sought jointly, pairing the talents of students, entrepreneurs, and industry leaders with the best technology to solve today's problems and project a better tomorrow. What would happen if the Ecopetrol Group takes innovation to Colombian regions, contributes to generate new knowledge for local stakeholders like communities, entrepreneurs, organizations, and governments, opens its infrastructure and capabilities to innovators, promotes new ideas impacting Latin America and the world? That is the focus of the Ecopetrol Group's Innovation Centers Network, a network driven by the transforming power of innovation and orchestration to solve local and global challenges. These centers are the Ecopetrol Group's commitment to generate value and find innovative solutions alongside the energy human tech ecosystem. They will develop projects with the support of industry leaders within the regions to bring value to society and improve the quality of life for all. The first innovation centers are located throughout the country, connecting the local challenges with existing countries' capabilities and our global allies. Bogotá, centered on developing technologies for the fourth and fifth industrial revolutions. Bucaramanga will deepen our knowledge of decarbonization. The Caribbean Center, located in Cartagena, will converge on energy transition. Medellín is oriented to energy transmission, and Villavicencio, which will focus on biodiversity. All of them are linked to Ecopetrol's Innovation and Technology Center, ICP, located at Piedecuesta in Santander Province, a unique research center in Latin America known for its leadership in science and development on energy. The innovation centers will be the pivoting point to find, transform, and create scalable solutions for Colombia and the world. The Ecopetrol Group's response to the need for transformation and construction of a different future is sought jointly, pairing the talents of students, entrepreneurs, and industry leaders with the best technology to solve today's problems and project a better tomorrow. What would happen if the Ecopetrol Group takes innovation to Colombian regions, contributes to generate new knowledge for local stakeholders like communities, entrepreneurs, organizations, and governments, opens its infrastructure and capabilities to innovators, promotes new ideas impacting Latin America and the world? That is the focus of the Ecopetrol Group's Innovation Centers Network, a network driven by the transforming power of...
Nuevamente, bienvenidos. Gracias a todos los que han tenido la paciencia y nos han seguido en las diferentes redes sociales del Ministerio de Industria, Comercio y Turismo, de Ecopetrol y del Ministerio de Minas y Energía. Nuevamente estamos aquí para dar inicio a este diálogo binacional entre Colombia y Alemania para la política de reindustrialización de energías renovables basadas principalmente en hidrógeno. Hoy vamos a estar dialogando empresas alemanas, empresas colombianas y también el ministerio o los ministerios, es decir, el gobierno nacional, para mirar qué estrategias, qué acciones vamos a adelantar para esta transición energética justa en Colombia. Pero primero que todo, y teniendo presente que la transición es intensiva en conocimiento y que la ciencia, la tecnología y la innovación hacen o tienen un papel fundamental en estos procesos, estoy con Juanita Corredor, barranquillera de 14 años, que viene trabajando con la NASA y nos va a contar un poco de su proyecto DEPLIN. Juanita, entonces sí quisiera que nos cuentes rápidamente por qué estás aquí, bienvenida, y que nos digas cuál ha sido esa experiencia, qué has estado haciendo y por qué es importante ese proyecto. Pero ante todo, felicitaciones, 14 años, yo sí quisiera un aplauso muy especial para Juanita, que está aquí el día de hoy. Juanita, bienvenida.
Gracias. Muy buenos días a todos. Espero que estén disfrutando del evento. Mi nombre es Juana Estrada, pero me gustaría que me llamaran Juanita. Tengo 14 años de edad y vivo en una hermosa ciudad, como ya la conocen, llamada Barranquilla, que está llena de cultura y de folclore. Bueno, yo soy una chica interesada en las áreas STEAM, ya que desde muy pequeña, como pueden ver en las presentaciones, he estado muy adentrada a todo este tema. Siempre he visitado los planetarios de mi ciudad, he asistido a exposiciones de astronomía. Así que mientras iba creciendo, esta pasión y todo lo que tiene que ver con la ciencia fue incrementando en mí. Así que este año tengo la oportunidad de ser investigadora del programa GLOB, que está relacionado con la NASA, y tuve la oportunidad de vivir una gran experiencia visitando las instalaciones de la NASA en el Space Center de Houston, Texas, gracias a la Fundación Cheese. Bueno, el objetivo de esta fundación, para explicarles un poquito, es poder impactar la vida de las niñas y que ellas puedan ser un ícono y puedan ser motivo de inspiración para sus territorios. Durante 5 meses, la Fundación Cheese nos brindó clases virtuales, no solamente con profesores desde la NASA, sino que también obtuvimos el acompañamiento de cada uno de los patrocinadores del programa Ellas Astronauta, como lo fue Ecopetrol. Así que muchas gracias, Ecopetrol, por apoyar este gran proyecto que me impactó la vida a mí, realmente al 1000%, ya que durante estos 5 meses yo desarrollé un proyecto que es muy impresionante. Les voy a explicar un poquito. Y es que este proyecto se llama DEPLIN. Lo desarrollé durante 5 meses y es un dispositivo electromagnético para evitar los infartos al miocardio y para evitar los calambres o los espasmos musculares. Entonces les voy a explicar un poquito de lo que se trata esto. Y es que alguna vez se han preguntado ¿cuántas personas mueren al año en Colombia por infartos al miocardio? Déjenme decirles que son muchas, ya que el DANE registró más de 28.000 muertes causadas en el 2021. Así que gracias a estas cifras me queda decirles que nadie está exento de sufrir un infarto al miocardio. Y lo más lamentable es que la mayoría de las personas que mueren por esta causa no alcanzan a llegar al centro asistencial médico, o sea, no alcanzan a llegar al hospital. Por esta razón, el objetivo de mi proyecto DEPLIN es poder crear un dispositivo electromagnético programable que pueda simular los impulsos a la médula espinal para así fingir como la estimulación de ella y poder dar una alerta, que esa persona pueda llegar al centro asistencial médico salvo y sano. También en el caso de los espasmos musculares va a evitarlos, que esas personas como que sufren de todo este tipo de calambres puedan tener solución. Para recordar el problema, hay que saber los síntomas previos antes de que se genere antes de que se genere el infarto. Y es que tenemos la excesiva sudoración, la dificultad, las palpitaciones, o mayor conocida como, las palpitaciones, el dolor de cuello y el dolor de cabeza. Nada más se conoce una sola alternativa asistencial médica, y es que si tienen una aspirina pueden masticarla para así se pueda evitar lo que es el infarto al miocardio. Otra alternativa es visitar el centro asistencial médico o ir al cardiólogo. ¿Por qué estoy creando este proyecto? Bueno, la medicina es un acceso costoso, y al ser costoso es un privilegio al que muy pocas personas pueden acceder, ya sea por tiempo, dinero o desplazamiento. Una consulta con un cardiólogo y para verificar si tienes problemas en el corazón es algo a lo que se necesita, como lo digo, tiempo y mucho esfuerzo. Así que es un privilegio poder crear este dispositivo porque va a salvar a aquellas personas. Recordemos que va a simular un método y poder salvar esa y alerte, estamos cambiando al mundo, sí señores. Deplin, mi proyecto impacta a varios grupos experimentales, como lo son los atletas. Les comentaba que este dispositivo también va a evitar lo que son los calambres o los espasmos musculares. Así que se identifica que, por ejemplo, los deportistas, sobre todo los futbolistas, después de su entrenamiento adoptan una postura de relajamiento y son víctimas de lo que son los calambres. Otro grupo de gran impacto que genera este proyecto son las personas que trabajan en cuartos fríos, ya que recordemos que ellos elaboran a una gran temperatura, digamos, por ahí a menos 20 grados, así que cuando salen a temperatura ambiente también son víctimas de lo que son los calambres. Y bueno, para finalizar, las personas de tercera edad. Recordemos que son víctimas de lo que son los infartos al miocardio, ya que todo se asocia a su cantidad de edad y son más propensos de sufrirlos. Este proyecto que estuve realizando con la Fundación Cheese y con el programa Ellas Astronautas durante estos 5 meses, pude participar en una convocatoria de la organización de MinCiencias y tuve la oportunidad de hacer parte de un campo de entrenamiento y poder redactar lo que es mi patente. Así que este proyecto hoy en día goza de el registro en la Superintendencia de Industria y Comercio. Muy pronto espero yo empezar el tema del prototipado y que goce de su publicación de la patente. Muchas gracias. Y bueno, como ven en la presentación, tuve 10 días maravillosos donde pude visitar, conocer y hacer actividades increíbles en la NASA. De verdad que es un sueño para todos. Me imagino que alguno de ustedes cuando fue pequeñito tuvo ese sueño de ser astronauta. Yo lo tengo y lo quiero cumplir, es para mí una meta. Y bueno, después de mi visita a la NASA, he estado acompañando a más de 27 colegios en mi ciudad y contándoles toda esta experiencia, que ellos sepan que pueden trascender, que ellos son el futuro de Colombia y que pueden cumplir sus sueños. Así que, como lo dice Ecopetrol y la Fundación, hay que hacer posible lo imposible y luchar por todo lo que uno se proponga.
Bueno. Muchas gracias. Hay que hacer posible lo imposible. Por eso estamos hoy sentados aquí, que sin lugar a dudas este trabajo, donde vamos a recibir buenas prácticas, donde vamos a mirar cómo hacemos y desatamos esos nudos como el que desatamos hace un ratico para la inauguración, vamos a revisar el día de hoy. Bueno, vamos a rodar un video rápidamente antes de iniciar este diálogo.
Millones de colombianas y colombianos soñamos con una transición energética justa. Nuestro compromiso para una Colombia, potencia mundial de la vida, es realizar transformaciones de fondo, creando capacidades nacionales para enfrentar la crisis climática y ambiental, asegurando que cuidamos la sociedad, los ecosistemas y la biodiversidad. Nuestro compromiso es transitar hacia una economía productiva, basada en el respeto a la naturaleza, dejando atrás la dependencia del modelo extractivista y democratizando el uso de las energías limpias y la generación eléctrica. Como política de este gobierno, buscamos acelerar una transición energética justa, basándonos en estos 4 principios. Que sea equitativa, democratizando la generación, gestión y acceso a la energía, pensada como un bien común para beneficiar a los usuarios, considerando la cobertura, la calidad y las tarifas justas. Que sea gradual y soberana, con una matriz energética diversificada, garantizando soberanía y autosuficiencia. Que sea vinculante y participativa. Haremos una convocatoria amplia a todos los sectores de la sociedad, comunidades, sindicatos, empresas, gremios y actores interesados en participar en la construcción conjunta de esta hoja de ruta. Y una transición energética intensiva en conocimiento, mediante la consolidación de las capacidades estructurales del país en ciencia, tecnología e investigación en el sector energético, con miras a desarrollar proyectos de energía solar, eólica, geotérmica, pequeñas centrales hidroeléctricas, biomasa, biogás, biocombustibles e hidrógeno. Los invitamos a que hagan parte de la construcción de la hoja de ruta para la transición energética justa para Colombia. Colombia, potencia mundial de la vida.
Bueno, ya saben, Colombia, potencia mundial de la vida, y es por eso que voy a darle la palabra a nuestros 2 ministros para que expliquen un poco qué le estamos apostando en el país, cómo vamos a avanzar o queremos avanzar hacia esa reindustrialización y sobre todo, cómo vamos a cooperar. Es importante que hoy tengamos una hoja de ruta definida, qué vamos a hacer con ustedes desde Alemania, cómo vamos a fortalecer esa ciencia, tecnología e innovación. Entonces, ministros, les doy la palabra para que hagan la apertura oficial de este diálogo y podamos empezar. Muchas gracias.
Muy buenos días nuevamente a todos y a todas. Un saludo muy especial al ministro de Comercio, al doctor Umaña, a la viceministra María Fernanda Valdés, a el presidente de Ecopetrol, Felipe Bayoni, nuestro anfitrión, a la embajadora de Colombia en Alemania, la doctora Salazar, y a todos los aquí presentes, particularmente nuestra delegación de gobierno y empresas desde Alemania que hoy nos acompañan aquí. Muchas gracias y bienvenidos a este Caribe bello que también tiene un montón de potencialidades en términos de energías renovables no convencionales. Para nosotros, como gobierno nacional, el gobierno del cambio, es un honor recibirles en estas tierras y comenzar este diálogo, intensificar este diálogo binacional entre Colombia y Alemania para la generación de alianzas. En particular, nos interesa enfatizar en que hoy necesitamos un proceso de reindustrialización y vemos en la transición energética justa una enorme posibilidad, un camino abierto para reindustrializarnos con el apoyo también de la comunidad internacional. Ahí entonces las energías renovables son clave, la movilidad sostenible y por supuesto el hidrógeno como un vector en este proceso de transición energética global. Nuestro compromiso para Colombia como potencia mundial de la vida es realizar transformaciones de fondo, creando capacidades nacionales para enfrentar la crisis climática y ambiental, tanto a nivel nacional como a nivel internacional, porque sabemos que nuestro potencial en biodiversidad es también una contribución a la sustentabilidad global. En este sentido, hemos identificado algunos importantes retos en el sector minero energético. Lo primero tiene que ver con la adopción de una matriz energética que pueda ser resiliente a la crisis climática. Hoy, por ejemplo, estamos en época de lluvias, es el tercer año consecutivo de fenómeno de la Niña y toda vez que nuestra matriz eléctrica es fundamentalmente hídrica, estamos en los buenos tiempos. Pero cuando se intensifica el Niño, que es el periodo de sequía, nuestra matriz eléctrica es supremamente susceptible y ahí tenemos retos de manera que la matriz sea precisamente resiliente a esos cambios que van a ser cada vez más la regla más que la excepción. Por otro lado, transitar de una economía extractivista a una economía productiva. Nosotros, aunque no somos un país petrolero, es verdad que nuestras exportaciones sí son dependientes de los hidrocarburos y del carbón. En ese sentido, para nosotros la reindustrialización es clave en el cambio del modelo económico. No sin la reindustrialización vamos a poder contribuir a afrontar la crisis global. Sabemos que para Alemania el compromiso de descarbonización implica dejar el carbón del mundo bajo tierra, no hoy, porque sabemos que hoy la seguridad energética de Europa depende de ese carbón, pero sí en el futuro los compromisos van a ser en esa descarbonización que incluye también pensarnos cómo países como Colombia, exportadores, van a reemplazar sus economías. Restablecer la justicia social y económica en la cadena de producción de la energía es clave. Nosotros tenemos efectivamente una necesidad de involucrar a las comunidades que viven en territorios ricos en energías renovables no convencionales como parte de la cadena de generación. Eso es algo que no se ha hecho de manera intensiva en el país, en cambio sí en algunos países europeos, incluyendo Alemania, donde las comunidades mismas pueden generar su energía. Aquí nosotros tenemos hoy el desafío de asegurar que las comunidades pueden participar no solamente en el acceso de la energía, sino en la producción misma de la energía. A eso le hemos llamado comunidades energéticas y las vemos desde la perspectiva de la economía popular, donde haya nuevos modelos económicos asociativos que nos permitan que haya una redistribución de la riqueza desde el momento de su generación. Y finalmente, sabemos que la transición energética son muchas transiciones a la vez. Somos conscientes entonces de que se necesita una conversión laboral en la industria extractiva y que se necesita una transformación de los modelos productivos de pequeña escala. O sea, no es solamente un tema de macroeconomía, sino también de cómo las economías locales van migrando hacia otros modelos, otras oportunidades. Entonces, los desafíos no son solamente técnicos, sino que también requieren profundas discusiones sociales y ambientales. Debemos cuestionarnos de fondo lo que realmente podemos hacer de forma distinta en la generación y en el uso de la energía. Por eso nos preguntamos, ¿la energía para qué? ¿La energía con quiénes y la energía cómo? Son preguntas profundas de la política, no solamente de la técnica, y en eso creemos que las decisiones sobre tecnología deben subordinarse a estas decisiones de la política sobre la democratización del sistema eléctrico. Desde el gobierno nacional hemos identificado que el amoníaco verde puede efectivamente ser una oportunidad importante para el despliegue del hidrógeno en Colombia. Nos interesa entonces un encadenamiento productivo en fertilizantes, de manera que no solo sea pensarnos el hidrógeno como un vector que podemos estar utilizando a nivel nacional en el sistema de transporte o para exportaciones a países que lo necesitan, como por ejemplo varios de los países en Europa, sino que nosotros también aseguremos nuestros alimentos, nuestra producción de alimentos encadenada a la reforma agraria que es tan importante para la paz total, precisamente en esta oportunidad que se genera con el hidrógeno. Estamos trabajando para dar cumplimiento a la ruta del hidrógeno que hemos diseñado en años anteriores y que en 2030 nos permitiría lograr una capacidad instalada de entre 1 y 3 gigawatts de electrólisis para producir hidrógeno verde. Es importante también decir que tenemos la capacidad de acelerar esa transición, pero solamente si tuviéramos inversiones importantes, y aquí quiero ser enfática en que se necesita esa cooperación a través de inversiones de largo plazo, y en eso el ministro Umaña seguramente podrá darnos más inspiración. Es así como tenemos grandes expectativas de cooperación con el gobierno alemán, que creemos que es momento de concretar, toda vez que estas iniciativas previas de cooperación que nos permiten intensificarnos en conocimiento son un buen punto de partida, pero ya es la hora de la industrialización, y quisiera entonces invitarles a pensar la transición energética justa desde este ángulo. El Centro Regional de Formación para las Energías Renovables, esta iniciativa colombo-alemana que es promovida por la Embajada de Colombia en Alemania, la Cámara de Comercio colombo-alemana y la Agencia Alemana de Energía, pretende precisamente ayudarnos, promover que personas como Juanita Estrada y otras que seguramente otras mujeres, niñas, niños y también estudiantes de todos los niveles de formación puedan contribuir a la transición energética justa en Colombia para que logremos la industrialización. ¿Cuál es el sentido de tener conocimiento que se produzca en el país? Es también para lograr que eso se concrete en otras economías y que no solamente tengamos que hacer transferencia de conocimiento y transferencia de materias primas, sino que nosotros mismos podamos generar unas economías propias, soberanas y cada vez más consolidadas. Quisiera entonces cerrar diciendo que el impulso a los procesos de reindustrialización del país a partir de las energías renovables y del desarrollo del hidrógeno son una prioridad para Colombia y para el gobierno del cambio hoy. Les invito entonces a seguir colaborando, trabajando mancomunadamente en este objetivo. Ya estamos dando los primeros pasos con la inauguración de este centro, pero creemos que es el momento de avanzar y profundizar estas relaciones desde la cooperación también económica de largo plazo. Estamos seguros de que Colombia se convertirá en un referente y líder global en la adaptación de los sistemas eléctricos para responder a las necesidades de la población y simultáneamente afrontar la crisis ambiental y climática planetaria. Por eso les invitamos a, con Colombia, ser potencia mundial de la vida. Muchas gracias.
Bueno, buenos días. Un saludo a todos, ministra. Un placer estar compartiendo con usted, pero a todas las delegaciones de Colombia y de Alemania, los sectores académicos, empresariales, gubernamentales que están aquí presentes. Es para nosotros un privilegio tenerlos aquí en esta su casa. Doctor Bayón, nuestro agradecimiento a Ecopetrol al respecto. Yo quiero enviar un saludo muy especial a alguien que ha trabajado mucho con Colombia y que nos ha dirigido mensajes muy óptimos, como la doctora Francisca Brander, secretaria de Estado de Economía, que no está presente, pero que realmente nos ha acompañado de una forma muy importante. Mire, cuando uno habla de transición energética para la transformación productiva y el desarrollo sostenible, le falta un poquito de la plana. El desarrollo sostenible significa cerrar las brechas en la distribución del ingreso, acabar con las inequidades regionales, respetar y resaltar el cumplimiento de los derechos humanos fundamentales, a la alimentación, al empleo, a la salud, a la educación. Entonces, cuando nosotros estamos planteando un cambio en el modelo de desarrollo, estamos planteando un cambio en el modelo de desarrollo basado en la transición energética, pero hacia el real desarrollo sostenible en eliminar las brechas de la desigualdad y de toda la problemática de incumplimiento de los derechos humanos fundamentales que tenemos en el país. Por eso este diálogo con Alemania es tan interesante, porque si bien el hidrógeno verde es la base de lo que estamos charlando acá y las potencialidades inmensas que existen, realmente con Alemania es cuando abrimos por primera vez en estos 100 y algo días un diálogo de internacionalización y de integración económica con los países desarrollados y en este caso con Alemania, quien ha sido nuestro amigo, nuestro socio, no solo en materia de inversiones, no solo en materia de desarrollo, sino en algo que no se nos puede olvidar jamás, que es su contribución a los procesos de paz en el país y la contribución a los procesos de paz total. Cuando le hablan entonces, si ese es el concepto que estamos manejando, pues hablamos el diálogo comprensivo y amplio sobre lo que es la política de reindustrialización. Y nosotros hemos venido planteando las orientaciones estratégicas de esa política de industrialización que tiene que ver con los que les mencioné. En primer lugar, todo lo que tiene que ver con la transición energética y la economía verde. Y es que, tengo que decirlo con toda franqueza, tenemos la biodiversidad, tenemos el aire, tenemos el agua, tenemos las comunidades tradicionales que son cercanas a este gobierno y con las que podemos conversar. Tenemos la seguridad jurídica de largo plazo que podemos ofrecer a la comunidad internacional. Es decir, tenemos la Amazonía, tenemos la costa Caribe, tenemos la costa Pacífico y tenemos todas las condiciones sociales, productivas, económicas y no tenemos las tecnológicas para hacer los desarrollos. Es decir, cuando le preguntan a uno ¿y qué oferta tiene usted? Tenemos toda la oferta en el proceso de transición energética en el que se ha abocado el mundo. Pero ¿qué oferta tienen ustedes para complementar esa maravilla que tenemos para ofrecerle a la comunidad internacional? Pues por supuesto tienen todas las condiciones de ese proceso de transformación y en ese proceso de transformación es lo que necesitamos nosotros en esa transformación y lo que nos dice la teoría del desarrollo. Queremos inversiones, pero inversiones que sean útiles para todos, que sean la posibilidad de que a todos nos vaya bien en el largo plazo, con incorporación de progreso técnico, con transferencia de tecnología, con innovación y con desarrollo en esa materia. Y lo mismo, que esas inversiones permitan la incorporación a las cadenas de valor de los desarrollos de nuestra pequeña y nuestra mediana empresa y por supuesto el factor de desarrollo sustancial que incorporemos la capacidad humana. Hay economistas ortodoxos que hablan de la capacidad del capital humano, nosotros hablamos de la capacidad humana, pero esos son los factores de desarrollo sostenible que estamos planteando en esta materia. Y el primer punto es el de la transición energética para la transformación productiva. Transición energética en donde están todos los temas de la bioeconomía, del hidrógeno, de la economía circular, de todo lo que tiene que ver con la soberanía alimentaria, en donde básicamente estamos dando una respuesta a los ingentes costos económicos y sociales que ha vivido Colombia por un esquema de en los últimos 30 años de desindustrialización, negado al desarrollo, sin crecimiento, sino con crecimiento pero sin distribución del ingreso, y por eso una de nuestras estrategias tiene que ver con esa transición energética, pero que tenga en cuenta fundamentalmente la respuesta en esa transición a los costos económicos y sociales ingentes que debemos disminuir. Por supuesto, para nosotros en el proceso de reindustrialización, el tema de esos derechos fundamentales, por ejemplo, a la alimentación, hemos perdido totalmente la soberanía alimentaria. Quizás con la guerra de Ucrania lo hemos vivido como nunca. Ya no solo son caros los fertilizantes, los agroinsumos, los agroquímicos, sino son caras las mismas importaciones que están subsidiadas en los países desarrollados con subsidios, ayudas internas y otras medidas de efecto equivalente que cuando los precios y la superproducción era buena para no traer una maravilla porque lo podíamos incorporar a nuestros procesos agroindustriales y demás, pero que ahora nos demostró la vida que una guerra da al traste con la sostenibilidad de la soberanía alimentaria. Entonces, una segunda estrategia tiene que ver para nosotros, y en esto Alemania es fundamental en materia de inversiones, la seguridad y la soberanía agroalimentaria, con todos los temas de fertilizantes, agroinsumos, cadenas de valor, alimentación sostenible y cadenas de valor, pues todo lo que tiene que ver con alimentos para el consumo humano y para el consumo animal. Un tema también de los derechos fundamentales en este esquema de desarrollo sostenible, de la reindustrialización con la transformación energética planteada por la señora ministra con toda claridad, es la salud y el desarrollo industrial. Si algo nos enseñó la pandemia, era lo lejos que estábamos de Dios en materia de salud y en materia de vacunas y todo lo que eso significó. Tenemos que rescatar la posibilidad que tuvimos en el pasado de la producción de vacunas en alianza con los países desarrollados, aquellos como Alemania que tienen los principios activos y toda esa investigación para poder desarrollar un sistema de salud lo suficientemente claro en materia de medicamentos, de vacunas, sostenible y que respete los derechos humanos fundamentales. Por supuesto, toda la reconstrucción en materia de equipos, investigación y servicios de salud. Y fíjense ustedes, vamos por tres cosas. La transición energética son ustedes. El tema de la soberanía y la seguridad alimentaria, en todo lo que tiene que ver con agroquímicos, bioinsumos, demás, son ustedes. En el tema de la salud, tiene que ver con toda la industria farmacéutica, todo el desarrollo y demás, son ustedes. Y cuando nosotros hablamos de la paz total, lo estamos hablando en serio. Estamos sustituyendo, y dentro de nuestra estrategia, es de una industria de la guerra a la industria de la paz, y todas nuestras capacidades instaladas en este momento están dedicadas a acuerdos internacionales con inversiones internacionales para el desarrollo de esas cadenas de valor, incorporación de progreso técnico, por ejemplo, en la industria aeroespacial, en todo lo que tiene que ver con las partes y piezas y la tecnología en lo que ustedes están desarrollando en Ecopetrol, que es el hidrógeno verde para los vehículos, y ya en este momento, no con alemanes, sino con industrias francesas, ya tenemos las primeras plataformas de carros eléctricos que iniciamos dentro de los próximos 6 meses, en donde todos estamos partiendo tecnológicamente de lo mismo. Nadie tiene los diseños de las autopartes, todos estamos partiendo en ese desarrollo y dentro de la estrategia de Alemania, todo el tema vehicular, todo el tema de la movilidad, todo el tema de transporte, en donde nosotros tenemos el hidrógeno, por ejemplo, para ese tema de transporte, y ustedes tienen toda la tecnología para hacer desarrollo de esa reindustrialización, es fundamental. Vamos a transformar la industria de la guerra a la industria de la paz. Y por último, pues como en toda estrategia, lo que tenemos es un porcentaje muy grande de excluidos. Tenemos un porcentaje muy grande de economía popular. Tenemos un porcentaje muy grande de diferencias territoriales y locales. La globalización no es entre países, la globalización es entre países, es entre ciudades, es entre municipios, es entre regiones. Y esas diferencias y esas brechas internas tienen que ser enfrentadas porque en nuestro caso la pequeña y la mediana empresa representa el 98% de nuestra estructura productiva. Pero adicionalmente, esa pequeña y mediana empresa está excluida de los desarrollos de la incorporación a las cadenas de valor en muchos casos, y el tema del financiamiento, el microfinanciamiento, y por eso aquí para los temas de inversión y microfinanciamiento damos la bienvenida al Banco Alemán, a la Corporación Andina de Fomento, a Bancoldes, que tenemos tantos temas en ese esquema de reindustrialización. Pues nosotros contamos con los países desarrollados, pero no contamos porque sí, no es una apuesta en donde no tengamos una oferta de valor agregado importante. En este momento, nosotros tenemos para Alemania y para los países desarrollados todo por ofrecerles, toda la potencialidad, no solo en Colombia, sino porque estamos construyendo una nueva relación diplomática, económica y de desarrollo con el segundo país que, unidos Colombia y Venezuela, serán el segundo país de toda Latinoamérica Tercero, después de México, Brasil, sería Colombia y Venezuela, y esa es una esperanza clara que va a ser una relación indeleble, y allí tenemos una oferta importantísima, y una oferta importantísima, por ejemplo, con la Amazonía, cuando ya estamos en una voluntad política de toda Sudamérica en el combate a la deforestación, que no se soluciona simplemente con medidas de orden proteccionista, como se está proponiendo en este momento desde la economía verde y desde las medidas verdes en la Unión Europea, sino se soluciona con cooperación, con desarrollo y con inversiones. Por eso de la territorialización, pues como se diga, territorios es fundamental para nosotros, para el cierre de brechas. En esos términos, pues nosotros tenemos algunos mensajes claves que les tenemos que dar. Tenemos mucho que dar y ustedes tienen mucho que ofrecer. Hagamos una sociedad de largo plazo, no con pequeños proyectos. Piensen ustedes en lo que ustedes son. Siempre han sido un gran proyecto. Ustedes se reconstruyeron tantas veces con grandes proyectos que nos enseñaron a nosotros de que necesitamos pensar con grandes proyectos, con reconstrucción seria y no simplemente con pequeños proyecticos como alianzas climáticas, sino más bien con alianzas justas como la que han planteado ustedes para Sudáfrica, profesor, que lo ha hecho con tanta propiedad, con tanta inteligencia y en una noche comiendo comida peruana, me explicó durante 5 minutos toda esa maravilla que ustedes lograron en esa propuesta con Sudáfrica. Los astros se están alineando. Pues los astros están alineando. Hacía muchos años nosotros no teníamos que ofrecerle a Europa, que ofrecerle a Alemania. No teníamos claro nuestra oferta de valor. Ahora la tenemos claro. Y hacía muchos años no veíamos una misión de este tipo tan integral, tan comprensiva, que es capaz de entender que lo que estamos es en un cambio de modelo de desarrollo sostenible con el tema de la integración latinoamericana como base para que ustedes tengan en el centro de Colombia y en las costas de Colombia la posibilidad de manejar esos mercados ampliados que nuevamente en Sudamérica se vuelven muy importantes. Y eso lo aprendieron ustedes de lo que hicieron en la Unión Europea y eso lo aprendimos nosotros de ustedes de la Unión Europea. Claramente esas inversiones de largo plazo y ese proyecto de largo plazo que proponen es con inversiones con incorporación de progreso técnico, incorporación a las cadenas de valor, desarrollo de las MIPYMES, fortalecimiento de los mercados internos y de las exportaciones, desarrollo de la capacidad humana en un proceso de internacionalización virtuoso y no en esa globalización sin rostro humano que hemos vivido durante los últimos 30 años. Esta propuesta es clara desde el punto de vista de buscar financiamiento de largo plazo consistente, que sea útil para los dos, por eso bienvenido el Banco Alemán, pero sobre todo bienvenido nuestras contrapartes como la CAF, antes Corporación Andina de Fomento, ahora es grande. Se puso los pantalones largos, no los pantalones cortos, y ya es el Banco Latinoamericano, y Bancoldes como nuestro Banco de Desarrollo. La propuesta entonces va a esta política de reindustrialización debe corresponder un fondo grande, poderoso, consistente de inversiones de reindustrialización, en donde nuestra oferta de valor es lo suficientemente importante para que ustedes se lleven el mensaje en esta reunión de que es necesario que los dos pensemos en grande en esta complementación industrial, productiva, de internacionalización, de aprovechamiento de los mercados internos latinoamericanos, los mercados de exportación, porque, y como lo dijo la ministra con tanta propiedad, porque Colombia todo lo tiene, pero ahora va a tener algo más. Va a tener una paz total, que estamos comprometidos y que le agradecemos a ustedes la colaboración como acompañantes de ese proceso de paz. Y la verdad es que nos constituimos en la potencia mundial de la vida. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, ministro Umaña. y vamos a rodar un video, un saludo del secretario de Estado del Ministerio Federal de Alemania para las Relaciones Económicas y el Cambio Climático.
Excellencies, esteemed representatives from business, academia, policy and NGOs, honorable members of the press, dear participants. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to today's binational dialogue on the Colombian reindustrialization policy based on renewable energies and the development of the green hydrogen sector. First of all, I would like to thank and congratulate the Colombian government and the Federation of German Industry for initiating and hosting this important dialogue forum. This is an important dialogue targeting at the crucial questions how a vital and sustainable economy will look like. We come together in an exceptional time. The world is faced with a triple crisis: the Russian war on Ukraine, the current energy crisis in Europe that follows that war, and worldwide related, as we just said, to the war. And third, the global climate crisis. The accelerated expansion of energy efficiency, sustainable energy, and the diversified energy supply are key for overcoming these crises. And to be clear on this, Germany remains fully committed to its climate and energy targets. Moreover, we will even accelerate our energy transition. We want to expand renewable energy by tripling our onshore wind capacity and by building 30 gigawatts of offshore wind, and by expanding solar PV to up to 200 gigawatts. Altogether, we want to achieve an 80% renewable share in electricity consumption by 2030. This ambition underlines we stick to our target to phase out coal-based energy production, ideally by 2030. However, heavy industry and hard to decarbonize processes need not only decarbonized electrons, but also green molecules. That's why we, as one of the first countries, published a hydrogen strategy, including national and international dimensions. We are well aware that Germany and the EU will not be able to achieve their energy transitions alone. International cooperation will be essential to leverage resources and develop necessary infrastructure. Hence, we want to diversify our energy imports, and we are looking for strong partners. To speed up private sector investments, we have developed a number of instruments, in particular for the global ramp-up of the hydrogen value chain, such as H2 Global, the International Hydrogen Support Guideline, and H2U PPP. At COP26, the German government released a new KfW-led Power to X growth fund, which aims to make the investments bankable. Many of the member companies of the German Industry Federation represented here today are using these instruments already, and we would welcome even more specific projects also in Colombia. This year, our two countries celebrated the 150th anniversary of our bilateral relations. We are very happy to intensify our relations and lift them to the next level. And last week's visit of State Secretary Jennifer Morgan to Colombia was an important milestone in this respect. And the climate ambition of the Colombian government, the formulation of a just energy transition roadmap, and the transformation of the Colombian economy away from extractive towards productive structures are perfect complements to our policies that aim at decarbonizing and diversifying our energy supply. However, we are aware that this year Germany imports hard coal from Colombia, that our imports have increased. This is a temporary effect due to the energy crisis and the war against Ukraine. As mentioned, we stick to our ambition to exit coal-fired power and heat generation ideally by 2030. Following this, both our countries face important challenges that come, but also with big chances. The expansion of renewable energies and the ramp-up of a global hydrogen economy offers tremendous opportunities to jointly achieve our government's objectives. Maybe we will be able to import green hydrogen or derivatives like green ammonia or green methanol from Colombia in the future. Maybe German and Colombian companies join forces to produce decarbonized basic materials for the chemical industry or green steel. It's in our hands to shape the future, so let's start today. Only together we can advance with the global energy and industry transition. Today's forum is about exchanging knowledge and identifying joint projects. I'm sure that our intensified cooperation reflected by today's forum will lead to new win-win situations. Again, I would like to thank the Colombian government and the German Industry Association for hosting this dialogue to be a catalyzer for our climate and energy industry cooperation. I wish you a fruitful dialogue forum and an interesting exchange. Gracias.
Bueno, creo que unos mensajes muy importantes que tenemos que dialogar el día de hoy. Crisis climática que nos está llevando a pensarnos una nueva forma de hacer las cosas, transición, reindustrialización, territorialización y sobre todo financiamiento, que creo que ese es un tema muy importante que espero que podamos definir rápidamente el día de hoy. Este diálogo no empezó el día de hoy, venimos trabajando y desde noviembre con la embajada, mucho antes, pero digamos, en noviembre tuvimos el primer ejercicio donde de alguna manera empezamos a generar estos lazos de confianza. Entonces, quiero invitar al doctor Roll, que creo que está por aquí, doctor Roll, para que nos cuente un poco qué hicimos ese 17 y 18 de noviembre, cuáles son esos retos que quedaron y en qué quedó ese diálogo. Entonces, doctor Roll, le doy la palabra.
Well, thank you. And first of all, dear Minister Torres, dear Minister Mendoza, Vice Minister Valdez, Ambassador Salazar, dear participants, thank you so much for making this happen. And especially grateful to Ambassador Salazar that it was really possible to bring decision makers and experts so quickly together to get started for a dialogue that will add another chapter in the 150 years of a successful partnership of Germany and Colombia. And let me just start with one saying, coming together is a beginning, keeping together is progress, but only working together is real success. That was said by Albert Hale, and I think this is the guiding topic of our session. We really want not only to have this meeting today, but we really want to start with the process and the first chapters today, but we will add another chapter and many other chapters in really making this vision that we were describing this morning, making it happen. As you said, just 3 weeks ago, to do this, we had 2 online video conferences with some of the participants, because we're quite sure one of the prerequisites for this dialogue is to get confidence, to get a feeling of what the expectations of all the stakeholders really are. What are the sensitive issues that we want to talk about very open and frankly? What are the prerequisites, the conditions, and what are the barriers that we have to overcome jointly together? If we are really willing to address these in an open and closed discussion as today, I think these discussions can be really fruitful and bring us forward. And that's why I'm really grateful to see these discussions with so many actors that are necessary to make this happen. Now, as you said, some of the findings maybe of the first online talks were in meeting the expectations. Colombia is not yet on everyone's hydrogen mind in Germany, and that is something I'd like to address very, very open. And we are working jointly together to change this as we see all the potential, the technical potential, the economic potential, but also the political potential and the meaning of these projects for the region that you've just explained, for Colombia itself, but maybe for the whole region of Northern Latin America. This could be the nucleus for something which is a lot bigger than just a project. To add on that, from the German side, well, we are obviously meeting the consequences of this first global energy crisis a lot harder than many others. One reason is the high dependence we had from one energy country, one supplier. And maybe the consequences we learn now very hardly is diversification, building partnerships with many is key success factor for us. But another consequence and learning, I'd say, is that speeding up the energy transition and also speeding up the attempts to build up a hydrogen economy is also something we're not just talking about, but we see also political action. Just last week, German government published a revised hydrogen strategy in Germany with new targets, more ambitious targets for 2030, 10 gigawatt of electrolyzer capacity for Germany only, and a lot more to import. And there will be an import strategy to follow in the next couple of months as a part of this strategy plan. So we're getting concrete, and I think the timing for building up this partnership is just perfect to get into this chapter with Colombia as another partner, and this would be another message I'd like to give to you. Now, with the other discussions we also already identified some of the obstacles. When we tomorrow see La Guajira, well, I have to excuse my for Spanish, which lie obviously in the transport infrastructure, electricity-wise, pipeline-wise, and we want to better understand how can Germany actually help with technology, with maybe some of the experiences that also we made in a different manner in creating acceptance for renewable energy, for wind, when we had these acceptance issues very similarly in Germany as well. We found compromises around the coal phase-out. So there's maybe beyond technology more to share in this dialogue, and we really want to bring this together and to learn from each other. There was more that we identified, some issues where we looked maybe a little different from, that was what are the key products you want to produce that you make out of the hydrogen? Is it ammonia? Is it methanol, LOHC? How do the markets evolve? How does that match with the national targets on decarbonizing the transport sector? So you have to find, of course, your way, your strategy, but the earlier, I think everyone knows, the better for the cooperation. As just yesterday, I think the first auctioning of H2 Global on ammonia was released. H2 Global, I think we will hear from them more in the program, is really a very innovative and new key element of our hydrogen strategy in this double auctioning scheme. We will hear from that, bringing market systems into the subsidy schemes, and maybe an interesting tool that also for Colombia and other countries can be used. But in fact, the overarching question, and this is something we will not solve today, but may hopefully in the dialogue, is how do all the different pieces of the puzzle actually mix together, and how can they brought together? We identified from KfW, from Euler Hermes, many financing schemes, guarantee schemes. I mentioned H2 Global. I know that from the Colombian hydrogen roadmap, there are already tax incentives and other elements. But how to put all these pieces together? Are they complementary? Are they contradictory? This is something we really have to find out and make the best of it. Are there any leaks? Are there any holes that we have to fill? And what are the expectations from all the stakeholders here? I think everyone has this strong willingness to see there's the vision, we want to have these projects, but still struggling somehow. And this has to get more transparent, and that's, I think, what the dialogue is good for. I could add a lot more. We have more speakers on certification schemes. We're now just about, I think, a close solution, I hope, in Europe with the Renewable Energy Directive, and the definition of what is green molecules to us is one way of doing it. There are others, and I'm very curious how Colombia will look on that. Is that relevant to you? Are there other thoughts of certifying green hydrogen in the future? And the last chapter, maybe, to what extent, beyond what we've mentioned, could just energy transition partners, both of you have phrased that, could really frame a long-term development beyond just a project or two. For a couple of years, we have now the two big examples of South Africa. Minister mentioned South Africa, now Indonesia. And I think all the conditions that were defined, phasing out coal, ambitious climate targets, also a development plan for the country are already there. So I see a lot of potential, and that would be something on the more political side that we also keep an eye on, whether this is hopefully somehow matching over time to bring this relationship to really a sustainable one, as you've mentioned. Now, with these introductory notes, I'd really like to get started. With Professor Christopher Hebling from the Fraunhofer Institute Solar Energy Systems. He's the director of the system. He's the speaker of all the Fraunhofer Institutes when it comes to hydrogen in Germany, 35 institutes or so. So it's really one of the hydrogen experts in Germany. Christopher, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Carsten. Excellencies, ministers, ambassador, deputy minister. It's really my sincere pleasure to express my gratitude for the warm welcome you gave to us. It's my first time in Colombia, and I'm more than overwhelmed by all this wonderful eyes I've seen up to now. And again, what Carsten said, this is just the beginning. So I have the pleasure, and it's quite a challenge to shed some light on some facts and data and bringing the bits and pieces together from a scientific base. Would it be possible to have the laptop maybe like here? That I can... And by doing so, I just want to quickly say some words about Fraunhofer, because Fraunhofer is maybe not quite, not so well known what we do. Fraunhofer was not the founder. It's our role model, so to speak. He was a scientist in the early 19th century. He was a physicist, astronomer. He did really fundamental science on the solar spectra. But on the other hand, he was an inventor and entrepreneur. He had his own company. And this is kind of how we see ourselves. We want to create an impact, and we want to bring knowledge also from our universities by means from the public sector into products to the industry. So we are somehow bridging the gap, the innovation gap, from TRL levels like 1 to 3 up to 6 to products to 9. So that's kind of the mission of Fraunhofer. Just some numbers, we're in total 76 different institutes. We are operating fairly independently from each other. We're on the umbrella of Fraunhofer, and roughly 30,000 staff, a nice mixture of engineers and scientists, and roughly 3 billion of revenue, most of which comes on a project base. So we always have to apply for means, and the basic funding part is roughly on the institute level like 10%. So the rest is like what we call earn money. As indicated, yes, we out of the 76 institutes, we formed a hydrogen network, and half of the institutes, 36, are member of this network. So we, in total, about 1,000 heads do something which is somehow related also with hydrogen. So how do we work? This is an example of my division in Freiburg. So we start semi-fundamental, I would say. So since we are with Ecopetrol, I mean, you know that most of the processes we're dealing with, we look at are catalytic processes. We transform a state A to state B. We synthesize molecules, we break them apart, we do things with them. So that's all based on catalysts. So that's very important to start with the catalyst development, including the very fundamental characterization with XPS and all these technologies. Second, we do like mini plants just to show the processes that not only the catalyst works, so a whole process based on temperature and pressure. And third, we do mini plants which operate automated. That's the base for the companies such as Ecopetrol in one of those phases we work closely with industry, because this is your job here on the very right side, so to do the dollar investment and also the bringing the megatons from A to B and then process them. So this is how we somehow would work together. So hydrogen, we've heard a lot. First of all, that's not a new thing. So at the moment, we are counting all the national roadmaps, strategy papers and whatever. So every month, I would say there's at least one new strategy from a country, from a region, from a continent or whatever. So so this is that makes it very robust. So we're not sitting on a hype which will go away. So it's really something the global community is working on. Also important, so there is the Hydrogen Council. It's a board of companies which work closely together in the field. They are collecting the data. So at the moment we have 680 large-scale hydrogen projects globally under development, in one of the phases under development. You see announced, planning stage, and committed. And if you add them up, it would be $240 billion for the 680, which at the moment, which are in some stage of development. And so 10% of this money is guaranteed, has seen the final decision, the investment decision. And so about 22 billions are set aside and are running, so to speak, and making an impact. So it has started, so the whole paradigm shift. Why is it so? Why is the world so excited about hydrogen? And it's obvious, half of the global community is dedicated and has set targets to a net zero emission by like the mid of the century. About 120 states have defined so-called nationally determined contributions, NDCs, and making progress in how to reduce the emissions on their soil, so to speak. So more than half of the 196 or so states. And this is the example of Germany. We are committed to 2045 to be carbon neutral, which is in like 22 years, which is really soon. That's more than like tomorrow. But this has been the path of the last 30 years. And we have done on the order of 300 to 400 billions of investment just for reducing the power. I mean, these are investments into the incentives for electricity for all those who operate like a wind plant or a PV over the 20 years until which we had the law in place. But we still emit 760 million tons annually. And you can think that the lowest hanging fruits are harvested already. But this is the way we have to go in the next decades. And as you can see, I mean, 2030, that's really in sight. That's in like 7 years. And we have to defossilize or reduce the amounts of CO2 by 65% based on 1990. And now it's getting tougher and tougher, and of course more expensive to do so, especially now with the delay we have with using more coal and fossil energy carriers. So that means we do delay for a couple of years, which means after then, when the whole show is over, hopefully, we have to do much more on an annual base. So that's kind of the situation. So therefore, we have a lot of discussion. I'm pretty sure you have the same here in this country. How, to which extent can we replace fossil energy carriers by electrons, like by battery cars and trucks, and by heat pumps? I mean, doing the whole heating and cooling. Cooling is done already. So this is the discussion we have. And just to guide you through, at the moment we have like 80% of our end energy use is based on molecules. Only 20% are electrons, and half of the electrons are green. That's where we are. So that's a good and a bad news, because yes, we have half of our electricity sector, every other electron is green, but 80% is still molecules, and they are fossil molecules. So that makes it quite tricky. And of course now, if we define the strategy till 2045, there's of course a lively debate how to get there. One argument is we have to make use of the green electrons as much as we can. So we would follow the yellow line. Only a small portion will be, at the end of the day, will be molecules. The other side says, and maybe I'm more on this side, yes, we have 80% of molecules, of course, oil, coal, and gas. We have to replace the molecules, and then we're set. I mean, it sounds easy, but the molecules as such are not the problem. It's the emissions which stem out of it, which came from the ground. So that's the thing, you know. So therefore, if we are successful in replacing the molecules and still use the global transition of from fossil to non-fossil energy carriers, then we're done. So we can do liquids, we could do gases based, but they are all based on hydrogen. But this is kind of key. And of course, there's a high uncertainty where we end. How deep we can electrify our energy system, or how much we can just use the green molecules over time. And there is no one answer. So there's, I just want to say that's very obvious, but it's clear that green hydrogen and green fuels are no regret solutions for many, many applications. That's for sure. One thing also is I would like to, that's a good news chart again, which is the cost decay of renewables. What you see here, that's the cumulative installed capacity. That's in Germany, and you see here the price decay of photovoltaics is 36%. That's the learning curve, so to speak. Learning rate of solar PV, which means by doubling the capacity, costs go down by 36%. With offshore, it's 10%. It's good. Onshore, 23%. With nuclear, the learning rate is just the opposite. It doubled in price with increasing the capacity. That's very important to know that it's not a cheap solution, nuclear. The costs go up with the capacity. So it doubled from like 100 to 250, not quite doubling, sorry, but within 9 years. So that's not an option. So coal remained pretty much on the same level. So there is no learning curve by using coal anymore. So it's just taking out. So that's very important to understand. Renewables, they're still on their way down cost-wise. So again, German situation, it was singled out already. So this is the use of mineral oil in terawatt hours. Close to 1,200 terawatt hours of energy is just used by oil. That's natural gas and hard coal. And till January this year, 1/3 of our oil came from Russia. Half of our gas, 55% came from Russia, and more than half hard coal again from Russia. So this is basically down to zero. And that's why we are in this kind of strange situation. We're asking for coal, but we are indicating, no, we don't want coal. So what's true now? So that's why we're doing both. But of course, we want to reduce it to the zero by the end of the decade. But this is the delay I'm talking about. So partnerships. Up to now, we had this triangulum, the economics, environmental compatibility, and the energy security. That was the trilemma of our energy system. And this, of course, for good reason, now has been expanded. When we look out for new partners now, we look for political reliability, geopolitical interests, and values. And the values is probably striking now. It's really sticking out, and so that's why we're in the same boat. I mean, it's a wonderful prerequisite of whatever we discuss from here, because we're on the same page. So that's wonderful. So here, since Ecopatrol, so I want to confuse you a little bit with this picture, but it's very simple. So that means that all what it indicates, that's kind of the transformation of both the electric and the molecular field. Let's start here. So the backbone in the future of our energy system, of the global energy system, will be renewables, which means green electrons. That's pretty much for sure. Wind, solar, and hydro, maybe some geothermal. With this, you would use it as much as you can, period. But you can hardly transport it, and you cannot even store it appropriately. Therefore, you do the catalytic process and do water electrolysis. That's one way to do it. And then you do the hydrogen, and hydrogen you can use as a fuel and energy carrier. You can store it, you can transport it, you can do whatever you wanted with it. It's very versatile. But since we are living in a world of hydrocarbons, which is always a combination of hydrogen, oxygen, and carbon, whatever we put in our tanks and we burn and something, that's all the combination of the three. So what you do, either if you have a carbon source, and I look careful at your biogenic carbon source, because this is a circular economy. Use your biomass not for burning it, use it for collecting the CO2, because we need the CO2 to rebuild and synthesize the hydrocarbons as we use them now. So with the CO2 from biomass, the first molecule would be methanol. It's a very simple, versatile molecule, 100 million tons of market at the moment. With methanol, refineries, since we're here, thanks again, this was impressive here. But you can also do a second synthesis step from methanol with the carbon and hydrogen to dimethyl ether. These are two methanol molecules attached to each other. OME, this is 3 to 5 of those molecules attached to each other. This is a liquid, that's a diesel replacement. You can put it in your tank and go, that's a diesel. If you go further, OME up to 12 of those pieces, then it would be a wax and paraffin. And again, that's a product of the refineries, very important. So this is the carbon route. If you don't have a carbon source, you can always take it from the air, direct air capture, or you use the nitrogen from the air by cracking the air. 79% is nitrogen as we breathe, and do the ammonia again for fertilizer, but also for all kinds of chemicals. It's a very versatile base chemical, the ammonia. So therefore, those two basic molecules are very important. That's why everyone's talking about ammonia, because it has a lot of properties which are important. It's not only a base chemical, it's also a carrier for the hydrogen, and you can reform it and crack it again and take out the hydrogen subsequently. 17% gravimetric energy is hydrogen in ammonia. But also, don't forget about price and cost. This is the cost development curves over the year. It was like 1 year. Now it's on the order of like $1,200 per ton is ammonia. The production cost, these are the market prices. The production cost in the MENA region, in MENA like near Morocco, Egypt, and so on, is on the order 400 to 350 to 800. So roughly about half is production cost of green ammonia. The market price is about twice as much. So that's a good indicator that the so-called fossil parity is not something in 10 years or whatever. With ammonia, we are already there. And ammonia, it won't go down anymore. So that's pretty clear. with methanol, and I would like to advertise the methanol because you can do so much methanol to olefins, to gasoline, aromatics, DME, formaldehyde, the solvents and so on. That's a wonderful base molecule which you can use for all kind of purposes. And finally, it's an alcohol. Even if the ship sinks, it wouldn't be nice, but it doesn't harm the environment. It just dissolves and that's it. You know, it's not acid, it's nothing. Value creation. So I hear a lot of stories. Hydrogen is the new oil. It's tricky. It's not, because the major difference is, and that's also a good news for you and for this country, that the value creation is not just in the country where the sun shines. That's where the generation of the molecules takes place. The value creation is everywhere where research and innovation, of course I have to say that, but I think it's right. So this is from Bloomberg, a study, the amount of money in the next years which is in the field, production, transformation. So see, these are all two-digit billion values. So the value is in the whole chain, and the winners are, again, not the countries which have land and sun and wind. The winners are who can contribute in all areas. So this reflects the need for education, because this is where the money is being generated, in the transformation, in the materials, in the handling, and in places like this, like the refineries, who are used to handle big amounts of strange material, so to speak, you know. Very important to know that, you know, because people think that since Saudi Arabia, for example, is doing a lot, yes, they do, and they will be one of the first players in exporting ammonia. But this is it, you know, nothing comes out of the country other than the land and the photons which hit the country, that's it. Be part of the whole value chain. So, and finally, we did some exercise, since I was expecting, since I know Yadia and Maria Fernanda, so I was expecting nice people, and I thought, what can I bring, what can I offer? So we did some modelings for the region where we are today and tomorrow. So what we do, and for many years, and I think we're quite good at that, is find the cost analytics for power to X products. So what will be the next players in the global energy transformation? So we start with looking at the power grid. I mean, if we look for regions where to make the investment, is there a gas grid available? Is there water? Is there sweet water? Do you have to desalinate? Of course, it's important that the transport behind it, roads. I heard that it's equally expensive to bring a container from China to here than from here to like Bogota. So transport is very important. Industry, where are the CO2 sources? And topography, because from satellites it all seems flat, but for PV it's not always flat. You have to take the topography into account. So when we do this analytics, we start with the geographic information data. So we gather all information from satellites and from weather data. So we accumulate the last 5 years weather-wise, and try to get an idea of what we're talking about. And like capital cost and grid power cost, the local parameters are very important. So the weighted cost, average cost of capital are very, very important. You know, that also belongs to the local environment. So what we did here, so we calculated not only production but also the routes. Then it's based on real-world shipping routes to Hamburg. We choose as the second harbor, and these are the meteorological data over the last even 10 years averaged. Third, for all the Power-to-X products, we did a whole system design engineering with based on PV and wind, and the algorithms they choose, they automatically optimize the amount of PV and wind, depending, of course, on the site, what is available. Then electric heating, is it needed for direct air capture? So that's the most important, more expensive route, but that's something you can do everywhere, obviously. So the numbers which come out of these calculations are higher than the numbers you are used to, but still, it's like it's an unlimited source, so to speak, you know. So finally, and the output is always something like the levelized cost of power to X products, the euro per megaton of energy. And then, of course, there's not only one solution. It's the so-called Pareto front. It's a multi-objective optimization. That's a bit of modeling stuff, yeah. But you have to play around with the parameters to find exactly your own. So what we did is we looked at the area here, and with half a gigawatt, and you shouldn't go smaller than half a gigawatt. So this is you can always do more. So, but don't start with like 10 megawatt or something. So half a gigawatt is like a 500 megawatt. And target year, that's also a matter of speed. So, and it seems far away, 2030, but if you have to first install your wind power plants and then do the installations and so on, so this the construction should start in like 2 years. So in order to have a product ready by the end of the decade. So these are the meteorological data which we took from wherever it's available, and 3 products are of interest. Methanol, which is transported, of course, anyway, so you can take the same vessels. Ammonia or liquid hydrogen. So liquid hydrogen, there's only one ship on the sea between Australia and Japan. It's still in an early phase. But there's a high demand of liquid hydrogen, especially from the truck industry, because that's clean and it will stay clean. If you go 3,000 kilometers through a pipeline, you cannot use it in a fuel cell. You have to do the cleaning afterwards. So yes, these are the boundary conditions. Once again, half a gigawatt. 100% based on fluctuating dedicated renewable energy plants. So we don't take grid electricity, which is again a cost driving factor. It will be cheaper if you are grid connected, if you allow a certain amount of gray power, so to speak. But you have like 60%, I think, green electrons, so you're pretty safe. And most important is your carbon sources. So we looked into the country and tried to understand where the carbon comes from. These are your cement refineries, bioethanol, iron and steel, natural gas. And here you have, of course, the refineries and some natural gas, combined heat and power. If you can make use of your bioethanol plants in the country as a carbon source, you're even better off. So, and this is what comes out of it. These are the cost of liquid, hydrogen, ammonia, direct air capture based carbon source or point source. Of course, that's much cheaper if you have a point source from like a cement factory. One minute, I know I'm late. There is a further potential is wind offshore, and this is how wind offshore plants with hydrogen would look like. So they are, I wouldn't say they are available right away, but that's something you can think of. And so there is a very bottom fixed 30 gigawatt we came. I hope it's the same numbers you have. Offshore wind and floating, of course, it's about twice as much gigawatt capacity here in the region. And yeah, so this is something, before I get my ears cut off, I will skip that. But just to explain, I give you this. This is kind of what you need to consider if you want to go the hydrogen path in your country. So you cannot read, that's too small, but you have to include everything like legislation, finance, industry development, which partners are available, sustainable commercial economic models, skills and education, the long-term aspect, research and innovation, the infrastructure, because the public sector has to do the investments in infrastructure, the climate and social drivers, which we have addressed, and so on. So, and here are all the questions you have to ask yourself if you want to have an integral view on your transformation. So this contains everything. That's the only chart which is really important. Yeah. So with this, I want to just say one final word. Speed is crucial. I mean, don't waste time with whatever. I mean, we are good in wasting time. I just want to ask you, don't be fast. And second, we can only be successful if we work together. That's why we're here. Not a single country, not a region, not the wealthiest or whatever can do it. Only it's such a global challenge, but it's an opportunity for a new economy. So that's again why we're here. And thank you again for having us. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Christopher. I think there have been a lot of encouraging news in it, and special thanks, I think, for all the calculations you made just for this occasion, as a teaser, maybe, for a project, and showing how attractive this is. I guess all the charts that we've seen, and even those that we've seen just quickly, will be provided to all the participants, so you can read them a little more in depth. We have to hurry up a little bit, I'm sorry, as we are behind the schedule. Next one in the row is a video message from the State Secretary of the Bavarian state, biggest state in Germany, State Secretary Weigelt, who signed an MOU with Ecopetrol at the Nuremberg Hydrogen Fair just a few weeks in this autumn. Yes, with Jasmin Rutka from the fair, who made it to Cartagena. Now, can we get started, please?
Ministers, representatives, friends and partners in Colombia, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Bavarian state government, I sincerely congratulate you on the opening of the fair. It is great to see so many important representatives from Germany and Colombia meeting at this event. In June, I personally had the chance to visit Colombia as part of a high-level delegation. We all were honored by the warm welcome. And our motto then, the green hydrogen route in Latin America, could not fit better to today's special occasion. I need to say, I was very impressed by the many insightful conversations we had in Bogota, Bucaramanga and Cartagena. We learned that excellent work had been done in recent years to position Colombia in the green hydrogen sector as a future key player and exporter. Just recently, this September, we welcomed ourselves a high-ranking Colombian delegation at the Hydrogen Dialogue in Nuremberg. The letter of intent signed between Ecopetrol and our Bavarian representative office for South America will further strengthen our cooperation in this field. Once again, many thanks to Her Excellency Ambassador Yadir Salazar, to Ecopetrol and to our representative Pamela Valdivia. Let me assure you that Bavaria is further on and fully committed to play an active and decisive role within the partnership of our two countries. Since renewable energies and green hydrogen will be key elements on our path to climate neutrality, a path on which Colombia and Bavaria will walk hand in hand. Therefore, let us keep working together to mutual advance. All the best to Colombia and to CEFER. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And now to get even more concrete, we get into the financing issues with a couple of experts from German and the Colombian side. We have a whole team from the KfW, Frank Breitenbach, Thomas Krämer, Sandra Suarez da Silva. I don't know who's going to start. to briefly introduce the financing mechanisms for renewables and hydrogen projects. Please, I just hand it over to the team.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very happy to be here in Cartagena, in the beautiful city, and to present financing instruments for renewables and green hydrogen together with my colleague Sandra and Thomas. Can you start the presentation, maybe? Yeah, that's it. Okay, next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, I just wanted to present briefly KfW as a German state-owned bank. Which kind of units do we have? On the left side, you can see the German business domestic financings for SMEs, for retail customers, municipalities and startups. And on the right side, you see the 3 international units of KfW. First of all, KfW IPEX Bank. IPEX stands for International Project and Export Finance. On the right side, you have KfW Development Bank and DEG, supporting projects in developing and emerging countries. Next slide, please. Yeah, one main activity of KfW is to support energy transition. What are the objectives we want to achieve? First of all, reducing and avoiding greenhouse emissions in the energy sector. Secondly, energy saving. And finally, we want to mitigate negative social impacts. We want to promote job creation, innovation, as well as general well-being of the population. Next slide, please. So let me introduce, present KfW IPEX very briefly. First of all, IPEX Bank is a leading specialist bank for structured project and export finance. We have a long-standing and stable business model. We are very much focusing on medium and long-term financings with outstanding commitments of almost 70 billion euros. And a very significant part of these commitments are ECA-covered loans, meaning that we are very in close contact with all Europeans, not German, only German ECAs, Hermes, but also all European ECAs, export credit agencies. Which kind of sectors we are supporting? On the left side, on the bottom, you can see the sectors we are financing. In Colombia, the most important sectors are transport infrastructure, natural resources and recycling, and for sure power and environment. Where in Latin America we have 3 representations, one in Mexico, one in Sao Paulo, and one in Bogota, which we recently opened, so we are closer here to the clients in Colombia and the Andean region. Next slide, please. Let me focus now on energy transformation in KfW IPEX Bank. Through our experts in natural resources, in the sectors natural resources and renewables, we can combine all the experiences in these 2 sectors to support energy transition. We have been one of the first banks to finance wind, and the sector is really a very important sector in IPEX, and we are acting as lead arrangers in these kind of projects with financing from 50 million US dollar to over 3 billion. We have a portfolio of some 15 billion financings in the power and environment sector, of which 70 billion are in the renewable space. We have financed over 180 wind farms across 26 countries since 2008, with an installed capacity of over 25 gigawatt. In the hydrogen sector, we have gained some first experiences, like financing. We financed the hydrogen pipeline in Germany, and we are currently closing a green hydrogen project in Saudi Arabia. Next slide, please. Yeah, what can we, let's say, what can we offer for you in the green hydrogen sector? Finally, we are covering the entire hydrogen chain, from production to transportation to application. And talking about green hydrogen production, the most important issue for our projects we can finance is to have long-term, very strong long-term offtake agreements. I think that's really key to mitigate the merchant risk from a bank's perspective. Having said that, I would like to hand over to my colleague Thomas from DEG.
Thanks, Frank. Yeah, my name is Thomas Kremer from DEG. We share an office here in Colombia. I'm the local representative for Colombia. Could you go to the next slide? We are kind of the little sister of IPEX, with a portfolio of 9.2 billion globally, but we only focus on developing countries and emerging markets, and only on the private sector. And in that, we can offer, compared to IPEX, the uncovered loans. So we only finance on our own balance sheet, and we can also offer equity participations and everything in between: mezzanine loans, junior loans, and so forth. Could you go to the next one? In Latin America, we have a portfolio of 2.7 billion in 17 countries. We invest in equity, direct equity, also private equity funds, infrastructure funds, financial institutions, insurance companies, non-bank financial institutions, and corporates as well. Yeah, we also have a presence like IPEX in Brazil, Mexico, Peru, and Colombia as well since 2020. And if you could go to the next slide, please. Focusing on infrastructure and energy, we here in Colombia, for example, we are invested in a port in the Rio Magdalena and the Barranquilla, but we also have a lot of indirect investments through our funds in different kinds of transmission lines, renewable energy, energy efficiency, and yeah, for example, we were until 2019 indirectly invested in the regasification ship that's here in the Barru area. We often have overlaps with Bank Holdex or with CAF in these funds, and we can offer, well, anything from renewables to telecom, water supply, wastewater, and we go in either, well, with a co-investment partner, fund of ours, or we can also mobilize on the debt side either as a follower of other financial institutions like IFC or IDB, or mobilize ourselves as a lead arranger for other banks, other development banks, but also commercial banks. And we do have, if you go to the next slide, please. We do also, apart from the lending and equity business, we manage funds for the German government, either to enhance our impact in the projects that we finance through business support services, what we call, but also through upscaling, develop PPP, and feasibility studies. We offer sort of a step to make projects bankable, to make sure that the developmental effects of an industry can develop through, for example, providing up to 50% of the funds for pilot projects, research facilities, and training facilities as well. And with that, I pass on to my colleague Sandra from KfW Development Bank. Thanks.
Thank you, Thomas. So I'm Sandra Suarza Silva from KfW Development Bank. I'm the third arm, so to say, of international financing of the KfW Group. So you have more the export financing, you have the private sector in developing countries and emerging markets, and a development bank that is responsible for the public sector financing in developing countries and emerging markets. So our mandate really is to work with public sector entities in sectors that have been agreed upon between the government, so the German government and the partner country government. And for that, to provide the financing, and for that we have anything from grants to different level of subsidized loans, up to loans that don't contain any subsidies by the German government, so are more on the commercial side. And on top of that, of course, there's also some funding always available for feasibility studies, for other preparatory studies, and then during implementation of the projects themselves, so accompanying the loans, sometimes we do also get grant funding to support the implementation of the project, so to really make sure that they are sustainable and successful in the long term. And when it comes to, maybe you can go to the next slide. When it comes to Latin America, the energy sector, of course, is very important in many countries. So right now we're working in 15 countries, and always the aim is to reduce emission, to decarbonize, either through renewable energy generation or energy efficiency. And that is the same here also in Colombia. So just energy transition is a sector which has been agreed with between the governments to really work in. And so how we work in Colombia mostly is either through policy-based lending, which means that we agree with the government on certain policy reforms, on certain transformational agendas, and then define triggers. And once these triggers are completed, funds are being dispersed into the budget. And one of these triggers from the last policy-based loan was the green hydrogen roadmap, which was approved and published. And on the other, the second main way how we support the energy sector, because direct project finance is rather complicated since it's mostly, or a lot of times, private sector entities, and that is DEG, not our mandate, but how we do provide support is through the national banks. So we can work, for example, Findeter is a very strong partner of ours, and through them we can provide concessional funding to them, which they then on-lend to private or public sector investors into renewable energies and energy efficiency. But that is, of course, so we're talking mostly about renewable energies and energy efficiency. However, I do want to touch upon the subject also of green hydrogen, and it was mentioned before. Maybe you can go to the next slide. Because during the last COP, the COP27, the P2X platform was launched. And the idea really is, it was mentioned before, there are many pieces of the puzzle, and how do you fit them together? And that already starts within KfW. I mean, you've heard now of DG, of IPEX and KfW Development Bank. For someone externally, it's really difficult to understand who is the right person for me to talk to, who do I need to address? And the idea here is to have a one-stop shop, a platform where investors can upload their proposals, and then they get offers based on all the different instruments that are available and the different resources. And here I want to mention especially, and of course the overall idea is to decarbonize the global economy. That's kind of the overarching goal, and really to kickstart or to scale up the market of green hydrogen. Which currently is still counting with many problems. We heard some of them today, new technology, high perceived risks, and also missing capacities. And at the heart, there are two funds of this platform, which is the PTX Development Fund and the P2X Growth Fund. One is supported by the Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, and the other one by the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action. And both of them, the idea is to really invest into scaling up the market by reducing capital cost. So both of these funds provide grant funding for reducing capital cost, and the idea is not for small-scale pilot projects, but really for scaling up for larger-scale projects. One focuses more, the development fund focuses more on investments in partner countries, in development countries, like, for example, Colombia, to really build up a value chain and avoid that these countries that have high potential to become a lead player in the market, that they get left behind from the beginning. So to really make sure that they can take that lead, that they have the potential to take. And the other fund is more directed towards German companies or European companies that have a seat in Germany. That whenever there is a link to German companies, that these funds can also be accessed. And on top of these funds, of course, as I said, there are all the other instruments that DEG, IPEX, and KfW Development Bank are providing. So if you access that site, you get more information and you can hand in proposals where then someone from KfW, from the deal team within KfW that is responsible for that platform, will get in touch with you and will have a look at together with you at the project and make an offer really based on whatever the need of the project is, taking into account all these different instruments that are available, and also the two funds that are not functional yet, but will be in the next year. So they're currently working on the exact criteria for eligibility criteria, and then the idea is that it really gets started in 2023. So all of you are very much welcome to have a look at the site and hand in your proposals, and we would be very happy if we can support you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And in fact, yeah. Reducing the internal complexity to outsiders with a platform seems to be a very good idea. And to increase complexity, we would add and now invite the two Colombian financing experts, Javier Diaz, CEO from Bancoldex, and Jorge Arbache, our Vice President of CAF. To add a bit, how does that really match together from the German side with the financing instruments from the Colombian and Latin American side? Please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Javier Diaz. I represent Bancoldex, Colombia's business development bank. I will be brief because I was told I have 2 minutes, but not only because of that, because I think there's a clear example of at least one innovative way in which the German Development Bank and Bancoldex and CAF can work together, which we haven't truly explored in the past. So let me give you an example. Let's say Ecopetrol or Promigas, who's here around at the table, need $30 million for one of these projects. So what do you typically do? You go out to the market and you quote. You say, I need $30 million with a 10-year tenor. Typically, Promigas or Ecopetrol can get a very good rate. And Bancoldex, if we were to be financing it, we could give them a also competitive rate. But if we, Bancoldex, go out to the capital markets with the partial guarantee of KfW, we can reduce our funding costs between 200 to 300 basis points, which we can use to on-lend to this project. So that's my, if you will, 2-minute example of how quickly, efficiently, Bancoldex can access the capital markets with the balance sheet of the big brother KfW, and the benefit of that can actually be transferred on to sponsors like Ecopetrol, Promigas, and so forth, so that we can make these projects actually work. And this could probably be a quick win. Nothing is this simple in real life, but having said that, it's something we need to try. I discussed it initially with Mr. Stefan Winzels about 3 weeks ago. So this is an idea, but I think this is what this forum is all about, making ideas work. So thank you very much. And of course, CAF could actually come into the picture as well with this mechanism. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the brief and very comprehensive example you've given. Jorge, yeah.
Thank you very much for having me.
I think the mic is not on yet. Would you like to switch?
Hello?
Yeah.
No, thank you very much for having me this morning. Let me first say what is CAF, who is CAF. CAF is the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. We are present in the entire region, plus Spain and Portugal. Well, we have a target, and that is to become the Green Bank of Latin America by 2026. By then, we expect to approve at least 40% of our operations on green operations. That's what we are working. That's what we are putting a lot of emphasis and energy. Well, a very brief word about how do we see this agenda. We understand that there is a lot to do regarding building a bridge between Latin America, Colombia, and Europe, Germany, by producing and transferring green hydrogen. This is one option, let's say A. But there is another option, which is creating the right opportunities for Germany companies to set up factories here. And why? There are many potential explanations for that go well beyond cost. That may have to do with compliance. The harder it is to get along with what the EU is doing, the European Commission, the better for a country like Colombia and others in the region that already have a green matrix or are about to have a green matrix. That's one thing. Another thing has to do with geopolitics. We understand that it's already important, but that will become even more important over the coming years. And that brings me to a third thing, which has to do with a very important lessons that was mentioned in this presentation, that is the need for decentralization of production. We got to know that centralizing production in a few sites may be good for many reasons, but that may expose you to many other situations. And that may be a good idea to explore what we call power shoring, which is different from near shoring or friend shoring or reshoring. Power shoring is about how to explore the availability of green energy and energy security along with a good location and along with some other options or advantages such as ports, such as some kind of infrastructure, some kind of access to good compliance, and others to offer opportunities for energy-intensive industries in Germany and somewhere else to consider bringing their factories into the region. And there are some other reasons, including international cooperation that may be very advantageous for both countries. What CAF can do? We are doing many things regarding this agenda. We, of course, many types of instruments which go from debt to co-financing to AB loans, putting equity, some money in equity funds. We work with several banks in the region, being commercial and development banks. We, Bancoldex, as an example, is our partner. So we have a very interesting capillarity so that we can work with you in order to create the right conditions for you to do business in the right way. And finally, our mandate is to support our member countries, and Colombia is a very important member of CAF. And a final word, we already work with you from KfW. We have a concessional loan, so I see this cooperation as just the beginning of, let's say, a stronger collaboration in order to make this agenda a very interesting and timely option for both countries, so that our aim is to bridge is to build a bridge between Colombia and Germany. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All of you. Yeah, that's an applause. Let me just add one word. I mean, this has been an excellent overview, and the complexity came out very clearly, and we could add even more. H2 Global, who were invited and couldn't come today, other instruments, Euler Hermes. What we will do, that's what we were just exchanging, have a financing workshop online as part of that. I mean, we kicked off today, but we saw there's so many topics on that, so it's worth having really a session just devoted to this topic. So for further questions, we would lead to them. With this, Karen, it's up to you.
Estamos muy coordinados entre el alemán y el español. Ya empezó esto, ya se empieza a ver. Bueno, ahora invito al doctor Ernesto de Ecopetrol para que nos exponga la estrategia de ciencia, tecnología e innovación de la empresa para el año 2040. No sé si el doctor Ernesto está por aquí, que no lo ve. Ah, muy bien. Muchas gracias, doctor. El doctor Ernesto es el vicepresidente para Ciencia, Tecnología e Innovación de Ecopetrol. Entonces, doctor Ernesto, tiene la palabra.
Gracias. Bueno, bienvenidos de nuevo. Voy a darle la palabra a Nicolás Ascuénaga, que es nuestro vicepresidente de Estrategia y Nuevos Negocios, para que nos haga una pequeña introducción sobre dónde está Ecopetrol en este momento en su estrategia corporativa y poder hablar un poquito de ciencia, tecnología e innovación.
Bueno. Buenos días, buenas tardes ya para todos. Es un gusto tenerlos acá en Ecopetrol, en el Centro de Innovación de Ecopetrol. Vuelvo y les digo, es un honor y un privilegio tenerlos acá. Bienvenidos. Voy a tratar de ser breve. Aquí hay una cantidad de información. Lo que voy a hacer es contarles cómo se ve la estrategia al 2040 de Ecopetrol, que hemos denominado Energía que Transforma. Y la idea es, además de contarles eso, cómo se traduce en algunas métricas que nos van a demostrar si vamos haciendo el progreso correcto, quisiera hacer también algunas conexiones con los pilares de la transición energética justa y mostrar cómo la estrategia al 2040 de Ecopetrol ya incorpora mucho de esos elementos. Entonces, la estrategia de Ecopetrol, ante todo, es una respuesta a la necesidad de entregarle más energía, cada vez más limpia, a más personas en el mundo, incluyendo 50 millones de colombianos, que ya estamos llegando a ese número. Entonces, ese es el intento y esa es la respuesta. Y lo hacemos mediante un acto que yo digo un acto de equilibrio, a balancing act, que es equilibrar 4 cosas fundamentalmente que estamos haciendo al mismo tiempo. La primera, estamos creciendo con la transición energética. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Quiere decir que al mismo tiempo que el grupo Ecopetrol se hace más grande, también la energía que produce se hace más limpia. Y en ese sentido, lo que decimos es, nuestro EBITDA va a crecer 40% entre el año en que presentamos la estrategia y el 2040. 40% vamos a crecer, pero de ese crecimiento, entre el 30 y el 50% del EBITDA al 2040 va a venir de negocios de bajas emisiones. Entonces, más grande, más limpio. Primer punto. Segundo punto, lo estamos haciendo de manera sostenible. Queremos generar ese valor, pero de forma sostenible. y les voy a hacer solamente una mención de 2 elementos. El primero, nuestro compromiso es que vamos a hacer 0 emisiones de carbono equivalente al 2050, teniendo en cuenta alcances 1 y 2. Alcances 1 y 2. Y cuando incluimos alcance 3, la reducción va a ser del 50%. Lo otro que estamos introduciendo es un concepto que me parece muy interesante compartir con ustedes, y es agua neutralidad. Hoy en día el mundo está hablando de emisiones de carbono, pero no es la única externalidad que debemos cuidar. Estamos incluyendo de esa manera agua neutralidad, y hay elementos también en la estrategia que hablan de biodiversidad. Son adicionales, externalidades adicionales que hay que cuidar. En ese sentido, agua neutralidad simplemente significa que nosotros, al 2045, toda el agua que captamos, producimos y vertemos va a ser neutral, vamos a ser neutrales en términos del agua que utilizamos y vertemos. Eso al 2045. Voy a moverme. Lo otro que estamos diciendo es, vamos a hacer esto poniendo el conocimiento, o en palabras de la ministra de Minas, la intensificación del conocimiento en el centro de la estrategia. Ahí está que al 2040, entre 20 y 30 billones de dólares van a venir de negocios facilitados por tecnología, por nuevas tecnologías, apalancados por nuevas tecnologías. Y para eso estamos acá, justamente. Este centro de innovación es la piedra angular y probablemente la primera piedra de toda esa estrategia. Y por último, lo que estamos haciendo es hacerlo de manera financieramente sostenible y competitiva. Y le hemos prometido al mercado que a precios entre 45 y 55 dólares por barril del crudo, nuestros retornos van a estar entre el 8 y el 10% promedio sobre el capital invertido. Y más importante aún, vamos a seguir entregándole entre 13 y 20 trillones de pesos de transferencias a la nación. Eso es a través de impuestos, regalías y dividendos. Hoy en día, Ecopetrol representa aproximadamente entre el 12 y el 15% del presupuesto de la nación. Viene, y eso se mantiene. Entonces, en resumen, nuestra estrategia es un acto de equilibrio, porque al mismo tiempo que estamos creciendo, proveyendo energías cada vez más limpias, lo estamos haciendo de forma sostenible, lo estamos haciendo de forma incluyente con la sociedad, poniendo el conocimiento en el centro de la estrategia, y lo estamos haciendo de forma financieramente sostenible. Es un acto de equilibrio que completa esos 4 elementos. Con eso hago una pausa, y si alguien tiene alguna pregunta o algún comentario, bueno, muy bien. Me voy a detener acá un momento, y eso es el hacia dónde vamos. Eso que les mostré ahí es el hacia dónde vamos, es la estrategia del 2040. Esto es cómo lo vamos a hacer, o de dónde la plataforma que utilizamos para hacerlo. Y este es el nuevo Ecopetrol. Ecopetrol tiene hoy 71 años, está cumpliendo 71 años este año. Y los primeros 70 o 71 años de Ecopetrol fueron la línea de la izquierda, la línea de hidrocarburos. Esos fueron los primeros 70 años de Ecopetrol. Y el año pasado, con la adquisición de ISA y el lanzamiento de la nueva línea de negocios de bajas emisiones, hemos añadido 2 nuevos segmentos de negocio. El de bajas emisiones, nuestra vicepresidenta Jamie Báez, que nos acompañaba acá hace un momento, tiene la responsabilidad de apalancar y de promover todos los negocios de energías renovables, hidrógeno, soluciones basadas en la naturaleza y captura de carbono. Y ahí también tenemos todos los temas del gas, los consideramos parte de la línea de bajas emisiones. Y la tercera línea de negocios, a partir del año pasado, con la adquisición de ISA, una compañía de transición que es líder en los mercados en los que participa, con ISA completamos la tercera segmento de negocio. Entonces tenemos, de las 3 líneas de negocio de Ecopetrol, 2 están asociados a negocios de bajas emisiones. Esa es la plataforma que utilizamos para decirles, estamos creciendo de forma cada vez más limpia con la transición energética. Y lo otro que yo quisiera sencillamente recalcar acá o mostrarles es la presencia regional de Ecopetrol. Hoy Ecopetrol tiene presencia desde Estados Unidos hasta el sur del continente y es una presencia relevante. Somos, para ponerlo en otros términos, geopolíticamente relevantes en el continente y a partir de esa posición queremos apalancar conexiones y relaciones positivas para hacer esta transición posible en todas las áreas donde operamos. Muy rápidamente, porque es el tema más interesante, es cómo Ecopetrol está evolucionando su ADN o DNA. Es la evolución. Y yo les decía, los primeros 70 años, el ADN de Ecopetrol estuvo caracterizado por el negocio de hidrocarburos. Y ese sigue siendo un pilar importante del negocio de Ecopetrol. Pero nuestro ADN evoluciona. Y evoluciona para incluir todos los negocios que estamos mostrándoles acá. Gas y LPG, biogás, los temas de captura, uso y almacenamiento de carbono, energía eficiente en nuestras operaciones, hidrógeno, combustibles renovables y combustibles sintéticos, que hablábamos ahorita, a partir del e-methanol. Y por último, nature-based solutions. El ministro Umaña lo decía, somos una potencia en biodiversidad. Y nosotros tenemos muchísimo que ofrecer. La huella geográfica de Ecopetrol y de ISA combinada básicamente nos ponen presencia en toda la región colombiana y en zonas importantes de Brasil también. Una potencia en biodiversidad. Nuestro ADN evoluciona de esa manera. Y aquí, esto es, no los voy a llevar por toda la lámina, son muchas cifras, pero lo único que les quiero decir es, tenemos un mega plan de inversiones que acaba de ser sancionado. Justamente hoy salió el anuncio al mercado, donde la semana pasada, el miércoles, la Junta Directiva aprobó este plan de inversiones. Vamos a invertir entre 5.600 y 6.600 millones de dólares en el año 2023. Y como se dan cuenta, empezamos a ver una migración de la intensidad del capital destinado al negocio de hidrocarburos y empieza a verse esa migración a los negocios de bajas emisiones. Un poco, para ponerlo en términos coloquiales, es hay que poner la plata donde el discurso está. Put your money where your mouth is. Eso es básicamente lo que les queríamos compartir. Eso es el resumen de para dónde vamos, cuál es la plataforma que tenemos y cómo se está materializando. Porque al final del día, el plan de inversiones es la mejor forma de demostrar que la estrategia la estamos poniendo en acción. Y con eso, paro.
Muchas gracias. Gracias, Nicolás. Bueno, de nuevo, muchas gracias. Yo soy Ernesto Gutiérrez de Piñeres, estoy a cargo de la Vicepresidencia de Ciencia, Tecnología e Innovación del Grupo Ecopetrol. Somos más de 400 personas que en el día a día nos dedicamos a crear valor a través del uso intensivo de la tecnología. Voy a tratar de conectar lo que nos explicaba Nicolás. Nosotros estamos diciendo que en 20 años este grupo se va a multiplicar, el Grupo Ecopetrol, pero esa multiplicación se va a hacer en dos líneas de negocio que son nuevas para nosotros, sobre todo en bajas emisiones. Estamos diciendo que entre el 40 y el 50% del valor que va a generar Ecopetrol en 20 años, el EBITDA que genera, va a estar basado en transmisión energética, vías y el negocio de bajas emisiones. En términos comparativos, hoy el ISA es el 17% del valor que es capaz de generar Ecopetrol. Lo que estamos diciendo es que a ISA le tomó 50 años más o menos ser el 17% del valor que genera Ecopetrol, y estamos diciendo que en 18 años vamos a hacer 2 veces ISA, como para que tengamos un orden de magnitud del reto que estamos afrontando. Ahora, cuando tomamos ese reto y lo empezamos a revisar en términos de qué se habilita a través de la tecnología o qué tecnología necesita apalancar ese plan de inversiones. O sea, nosotros, por ejemplo, aquí estamos hablando de hidrógeno, pero para que el hidrógeno sea una economía viable, la tecnología todavía tiene mucho por madurar, tiene muchas cosas por desarrollar. Y vemos en esa estrategia las restricciones que nos ofrece la madurez tecnológica hoy a nivel mundial. Vemos que los retos o el valor que está por generarse y que depende que encontremos tecnología que lo soporte, está por el orden de los 20.000 a 30.000 millones de dólares en el periodo, en los 18 años. Ahora, esos 20.000 millones es más o menos 2 años de producción de EBITDA de Ecopetrol, o sea, como el 10% en el periodo del valor a generar. Entonces, la tecnología, con esto lo que les quiero decir es, o encontrar tecnología adecuada y su uso adecuado, basado en el talento de la gente, es relevante para poder cumplir esos retos. Y cuando tratamos de agrupar todos esos retos y todas esas tecnologías que necesitamos en relación con los negocios, encontramos estos 6 clústeres que creo que pues, le pudieran funcionar muy bien a cualquier otra compañía, a cualquier país, a la sociedad, porque al final estos retos que estamos asumiendo no son particulares, son retos globales. Podríamos agruparlos primero en que nuestros activos productivos sean más resilientes a la próxima pandemia, a la próxima guerra, a la próxima crisis de precios, que la refinería que ustedes vieron esta mañana tenga su disponibilidad operacional al máximo para que se aprovechen, por ejemplo, la coyuntura de precios altos, pero cuando tengamos otra crisis de precios o una nueva pandemia que no podamos salir y el consumo decrezca, pues el activo siga funcionando. Eso significa usar menos energía, significa mejorar la disponibilidad operacional, significa que realmente todos nuestros activos industriales tengan un mayor ciclo de vida. El segundo punto es la descarbonización. Lo decía Nicolás ahora, en la estrategia nosotros decimos hacia el 2050, vamos a ser carbono neutrales en alcance 1 y alcance 2 y por lo menos 50% del alcance 3. Pero eso significa tratar de dejar de emitir lo que más podamos. Eso tiene su techo tecnológico. Y en la otra esquina está compensar a través de soluciones basadas en naturaleza. En la mitad nos queda un espectro muy grande de soluciones y alternativas de descarbonización a través de la captura, el almacenamiento y el uso del CO2 para generar algún tipo de valor. Ese tipo de tecnologías todavía no están completamente desarrolladas. Ustedes saben mejor. Capturar una tonelada de CO2 hoy puede estar por el orden de los 70 o 80 dólares. No es viable económicamente y hay muchísimas tecnologías emergentes que están pensando en eso. Pero más allá de la captura, el uso y encontrar usos alternativos para el CO2, por ejemplo, combustibles sintéticos, fertilizantes sintéticos, mezclando hidrógeno con CO2, pueden ser una fuente de valor muy, muy importante para nosotros. Singapur, por ejemplo, ha dicho que ellos van a usar el CO2 para hacer arena y extender su plataforma continental porque no tienen tierra. Entonces, nosotros como país deberíamos estamos pensando en cuál es el uso más estratégico que pudiéramos darle a ese CO2 que complemente la oferta de productos y las necesidades y nos ayuden a cerrar las necesidades como país. Transición energética. Este sitio está pensado en transición energética, en la economía del hidrógeno, movilidad, por ejemplo, es uno de los pilares de la construcción de valor de este sitio, pero nadie va, por lo menos en esta región, a migrar a una nueva economía si primero no usa, prueba, desarrolla una economía. ¿Quién va a ser el próximo mecánico cuando se dañe el carro de hidrógeno? ¿Quién va a hacer las partes? ¿Quién va a componer? Por eso es tan importante este tipo de sitios donde, por ejemplo, ustedes lo ven, tenemos una cocina que mezcla gas con hidrógeno. Seguramente no es la solución más eficiente hoy, pero algún día hay que comenzar. Aquí tenemos un carro que es dual, no, es un motor diésel que combina hidrógeno en la combustión y aumenta por lo menos 300, con 1 kilo de hidrógeno, entre 200 y 300 kilómetros la capacidad del carro. No es la solución ideal, pero es un primer punto. Entonces, todo lo que tiene que ver con transición energética es otro de los clústeres que tenemos. Tenemos ESG, en Ecopetrol decimos TESG, porque creemos que la tecnología está en el corazón de la sostenibilidad. Y en español decimos sostenibilidad, no sostenibilidad. Y ahí tenemos todos los retos que tienen que ver con transparencia, impacto, comunidades, innovación como capacitación, formación, retooling, todo lo que tiene que ver también con tejido empresarial diferenciado, mucho más robusto del que tenemos hoy. Tenemos quinta revolución industrial, y allá estamos hablando de digitalización masiva, industrial, reindustrialización, robótica, 5G, quantum, ciberseguridad, bueno, todas las tecnologías de la quinta revolución industrial. Y por último, tenemos la economía circular. Y en economía circular, por ejemplo, Esentia, que es nuestra filial de petroquímicos, que queda acá al lado, es líder, yo creo que regional, en reciclaje químico, en reciclaje, pero también tenemos el agua, por ejemplo. Nosotros somos hiperproductores de agua. Nosotros más o menos producimos por cada barril que extraemos 12 o 13 de agua. Entonces, empezar a pensar en el agua como una fuente de valor y no como un desperdicio o un waste de la producción, nos puede empezar a generar otro tipo de empleabilidad y otro tipo de oportunidades. Entonces, esos 6 clústeres resumen la estrategia de tecnología basada, pues, obviamente, o soportando, pues, la estrategia de negocio. Dale. Ahora, el punto de fondo es que son muchos retos, muy poco tiempo, 18 años no es nada en términos de tecnología, y necesitamos dejarnos ayudar. Por eso, lo que nosotros estamos proponiéndole al país, a la región, es crear a la final una red de innovación abierta para el sector de energías. O sea, se han oído hablar de las Prontechs, de las Fintechs. Lo que estamos diciendo es que queremos crear un Energy Tech, un Human Energy Tech, para ayudarnos a resolver todos estos problemas a través de la cooperación, la colaboración y la orquestación de ecosistemas. Por eso, este centro es una estrategia para aprovechar una ventaja regional que tiene Cartagena, porque aquí tenemos una refinería, una cementera, una metalúrgica, puertos, tenemos todas las facilidades para que esto sea un enclave industrial de la economía del hidrógeno. Pero necesitamos escalar, necesitamos probar, necesitamos trabajar en conjunto. Por eso estos centros de innovación son una apuesta para el escalamiento y para el desarrollo y la sofisticación industrial, para la reindustrialización del país. Adicional a eso, Ecopetrol tiene una ventaja competitiva desarrollada a partir de 31 años. Nosotros tenemos un centro de desarrollo tecnológico de talla mundial, se llama el ICP, o se conoce como el ICP, es el Instituto Colombiano del Petróleo. Es un centro que hace unos 5 o 6 años ya no es el Instituto del Petróleo, es el Instituto de la Energía. Y en ese sitio hemos desarrollado en los últimos 31 años más de 126 patentes de propiedades intelectuales y tenemos una suite de desarrollos tecnológicos muy potentes. Y la idea es poner esa oportunidad o ese valor que nos genera el ICP en el centro del ecosistema y amplificarlo a través de estos centros de innovación. Por eso, si quieres, por eso lo que le estamos proponiendo, y con esto termino, al país es tener una red de innovación abierta. Nosotros vamos a fundar 5 centros como este es el primero, lo tenemos en Cartagena, estamos abriendo otro en Santander para descarbonización, tenemos otro en Medellín para la transmisión energética, tenemos uno en Bogotá para quinta revolución industrial y en los llanos estamos abriendo uno para biodiversidad y bioeconomía. Esa red de innovación abierta conectada con otros centros a lo largo del país, pero también con centros hermanos o con redes hermanas en otras latitudes, como Alemania, como España, como Dubái, como Singapur, nos hace potenciar y encontrar y trabajar comunes en problemas globales, no necesariamente colombianos. Lo que es importante de esta forma de ver las cosas es que vamos a poder traer tecnología de primer mundo, conocimiento de primer mundo, a ser operado, desarrollado y escalado en Colombia. Y volviéndose Colombia, posiblemente, un hub de soluciones para Latinoamérica. Ese electrolizador que tenemos afuera se produce en Sevilla, en España.
En España.
En España. Se produce en Sevilla. Hoy, para que me entiendan, toma más o menos 8 meses que lo fabriquen y llegue a Colombia. De pronto Colombia puede ser la fábrica de electrolizadores.
Sí, puede ser.
Puede ser. Ojalá sea
en unos años.
Poco Sevilla Valle. Y ese es el tipo de tejido empresarial que se puede crear a partir del uso intensivo de la ciencia, la tecnología y la innovación. Eso era lo que teníamos para contarles. Muchísimas gracias por estar acá. Muchísimas gracias por creernos.
Muchas gracias, Ernesto. Bueno, yo sé que están cansados, pero este es un diálogo bastante interesante. Con este diálogo cerraríamos las discusiones y luego nuestro querido ministro y el doctor Campillo harían el cierre final de este diálogo en la primera jornada. Así que sé que es la 1:30, muchos tienen hambre, aunque espero que esa arepa de huevo haya servido para que tengan un poquitico más de paciencia. Entonces, no sé, doctor Roland, si empezamos.
Yeah, thank you very much, Karen, and thank you for the presentations from the innovation strategy. I'm sure together with the enthusiasm that we have seen this morning by Juana of the next generation that has to work with all these technologies, there's a good perspective for Colombia. Now I'd like to invite everybody to join the panel, the final panel, that we will try to shorten a little bit because we're really running out of time, but we want to bring all the ideas that we've heard now to the project idea and to really make it large. And that's why I'd like to invite
a Jamie Baez, vicepresidenta de Bajas Emisiones en Ecopetrol, a Álvaro Villasante, vicepresidente de Negocios e Innovación del Grupo de Energía de Bogotá, y a Juan Manuel Rojas, presidente de Promigas por el lado colombiano. Mi querido Roland.
That's a cooperative way. Great. This works here. Okay, please. Do we have enough chairs?
I think so. Are 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. And for the German side, my friend Roland. So, Luis Fernando Duclos Ochoa, vicepresidente de la TAM, de los países latinoamericanos del INDE. David Peña, director de la División de Transformación Industrial de Siemens. Y el doctor Stefan, Siemens Energy Rights. Yes, muchas gracias. Y el doctor Stefan Kaufmann, el director ejecutivo y miembro de la Junta Directiva de ThyssenKrupp. Con eso damos inicio. El panel se llama Perspectivas para el desarrollo industrial a gran escala de proyectos en Colombia. So, it's your time.
Thank you. Now, I thought we'd just start with a brief round, and every one of you tries really in 2 minutes to explain what he can bring in to the project. So what's your contribution for this large project that we are talking about and the peninsula of La Corrija? And what would be the key obstacles, the expectations you have regarding the dialogue? I mean, we're here in order to start and kick off a dialogue to address fields that do not work yet perfectly. And what would be the issue you'd like to talk with us about in the next coming weeks? Okay? From right to left, do you want to start?
Okay, yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I know we're short of time, but 2 minutes, okay. Let me skip 80% of my speech. So what makes, talking about Linde, Linde is one of the largest gas company in the world for more than 120 years, producing hydrogen for more than 100 years, and not just producing it, but producing it, processing, storage, distribution, transportation, and also uses the technical application for commercialization. So talking about hydrogen, Linde know how to do it. What makes us unique as a company, what can bring for this partnership with Colombia or with Latin American countries is that we're an integrated company. We have the engineering department and also the gas company department with coverage for more than 100 countries. Just to give you some numbers on the Linde engineering, we've been building more than 4,600 plants, not just hydrogen, but CO2, air separation units, ammonia, etc. And the Linde gas part of the company, we are operating 1,000 plants worldwide. So that means we really know how to manage the gases, or the gases portfolio. some other key facts talking now about hydrogen. We already installed 200 refilling stations, mostly California, South Korea, and Germany, right? We already fill 1.5 million cars with hydrogen. So that gives us a lot of experience because, as we already heard during this session, this is new for this generation. So everybody's learning how to do it, how to measure it, and how to mitigate all the challenges that represent. And lastly, just what are the three major competitive advantages as a company that we can bring is, one, our engineering capabilities, two, our extensive asset footprint worldwide, and three, the operational experience to produce, process, distribute, storage, and transporting hydrogen worldwide.
Thank you. So long-lasting experience you can bring in, and on the expectation side, we come in the second round. CEO of Promigas, Mr. Rojas from Colombia. What is your take? What can you contribute to the project? I mean, you would be one of those who are really running probably the projects. And what do you expect from our dialogue? Where can help? Where can German side help? Companies help?
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. Thanks to Ecopetrol for having us here, to the Minister and to the Ambassador for organizing this important event and for your presence. Promigas has currently one of the green hydrogen producing stations. We'll be visiting it later in the afternoon. We are contributing and we want to collaborate, providing all the results of the blending that we're doing with methane in our networks. We have begun this very recently on March. We have now 9 months of accumulated information, and we have learned a lot in the process. Next year, we will be undigging pipelines, of 8 different ages, 40 years, 30 years, 20 years, and experimenting 10,000 to 20,000 hours on each of those pipes to see how the integrity is affected with the blending process with green hydrogen. And of course, this will be contributed so that we can all learn with that information. Those are the things that we can bring to the table. Now, taking into account the main objective of this forum, I think there are many things where we see possibilities of collaboration. And in particular, taking into account the words of the Minister of Industry and Commerce, I do believe that if we have to reindustrialize Colombia, we can make some adjustments to the legal framework that we have in place. And in particular, I do believe that we have the possibility of creating additional incentives for those projects that include local manufacturing components. That will immediately promote that when German companies come and look for our green hydrogen possibilities, they also include within the projects technology transfer and capability contribution of constructing local capabilities. So I think those tax incentives, capital incentives to projects that includes local manufactured components are critical. Another area that I do believe where we can and we can start having a dialogue about is I think it was Christopher's presentation where he was mentioning about the key aspects of that electrolyzers require. Okay, so cell fuels, membranes, these usually entail a lot of high quality materials that can be found in Colombia. Nickel, for example, platinum, for example. I'm very careful when everyone speaks about the non-extractive industries. Okay, how can we produce electrolyzers without nickel? And one of the largest nickel factories in the world is 200 kilometers away from here, Cerro Matoso. We could use that nickel to produce the electrodes required for the electrolyzers, okay? But we need to go beyond the provider of a commodity. We need to be able to provide and create those cells in Colombia, those electrodes in Colombia. So those are the things, the discussions that we would like to open.
Both, I think, extremely interesting. Just to mirror that for a second, the second part that you're saying, increasing resilience by finding new value chains. Also, when it comes to raw materials, rare earth, and all the rare metals that are used for the energy transformation. This is one of the debates that we're just starting to have in Europe, vis-a-vis dependencies not only towards Russia and Ukraine, but also other countries in Asia, where we're highly dependent from. And of course, this could be something you could bring in. Just one question back on the incentive side that you said, to create value in the country. You mentioned tax incentives as a part, but are you also thinking of some local content, auctioning?
I think the law 1715 currently was enacted to promote all forms of renewable energy without considering the type of technology and the origin of components. So if we were to reindustrialize Colombia, as the minister was saying, why don't we provide more incentives, tax breaks, tax credits, to those projects that have a larger component of local manufactured pieces, okay? And that will immediately enhance, because if not, we will only be providing commodity raw materials. We need to be able to to manufacture some pieces in Colombia.
And this could be a differentiator in the public procurement once you're reselling it.
Correct.
I'm sure we can come back to that. I'd like to see also the German view on that. But next one in the row is Jamie Bues from Ecopetrol. What's your contribution?
Sure. Well, thank you very much for having me. From the personal perspective, I would say that obviously I will bring the female voice to this table.
Which is highly underrepresented.
Yes, I think it is. I mean, as a female engineer and a mom of two, I think you know that diversity is quite important to tackle the energy crisis that we are all facing. So I think it is important. Diversity is not only female, voices here, but also, having a Latin American country talking with Germany. I think that's diversity as well. So I think that's quite important for us, and it will be a key element to actually tackle the challenges that we are facing. From Ecopetrol's point of view, of course, we are, the partner of choice to embrace actual projects. I think that we need to translate the PowerPoint ideas to actual projects. So we have more than 18 projects identified in Colombia. As Nicolas shared with you, we will invest more than $300 million in hydrogen projects in the next year. So we are actually making pretty bold movements in this agenda. So I think, we are not only trying to develop projects for Ecopetrol, but we are, developing projects for the country and for the region. We know that our responsibility are beyond this company, and that's the reason because we have this Open Innovation Center, because we know that it is the creation of an ecosystem is a key element, to move forward. When it comes to the challenges or my expectations with this dialogue, first, I think we need help to develop the regulatory framework. So we launched the roadmap for the country 1.5 years ago or so, but we need to develop a regulatory framework that works for all of us that are working on projects, on real projects. So that's one thing that I think we could work together. The second thing is, of course, keep up with the work with the companies that are here. So we have worked with several companies from Germany, mainly with Siemens. I think we are in a partnership with them that is working really well to actually bring the knowledge that you have, the lessons learned from your industrialization for hydrogen to Latin America. So I think that's a key element also. And third, of course, to actually be able to create a financial structure that is differentiated from the hydrocarbon structure that we have today for the projects. So in Ecopetrol, we are used to have the corporate debt. That's our traditional approach, but we need to incorporate the knowledge to make financial projects, grants, concessional funds and everything. And this is something for us that is like new. So I think those are like the three elements that are key to pursue in this dialogue.
Right. So technology partnerships, very obvious, and that's clearly part of the whole idea. But when it comes to the framework conditions, is that about, well, lowering the uncertainty of the markets, of prices that we don't know, of bridging the price differentials? Is that more in the time perspective that you need long-term contracts for these new products that you're somehow, well, with markets that do not exist, that have to be built and created at the moment, state-wise, otherwise, where you put the finger on?
Well, it is quite difficult, but I would say that at least we need to start with making the pilots viable. Let's say we are building a bus that will be running in Bogota, but we don't have the regulatory framework to actually run that bus in the public system in Bogota. So we need to start like from the, let's say, small scale projects that we are doing today, but of course it will require a sophistication journey through public policy to create that market that we are all targeting that today doesn't exist.
Great. Now, Álvaro Vilasante, Vice President of Grupo Energía de Bogotá. Same question to you. I mean, similar companies, at least from an outsider point of view, but probably once in Colombia, there may be different takes in that. What could you contribute?
I would like to highlight at least 2 or 3 things that are important. First of all, when you come from Europe, I'm European, I'm from Spain as well, but almost Colombian. But when you come from another country, you want to see the support of the main actors in the business. So you have here the government, high-level government, and most of the companies involved in the energy transition. So I think this is a key message for those companies coming from here. Second, I mean, Colombia could have done nothing. I mean, we have one of the cleanest energy matrix in the world. And when you take that into consideration, you see how the country has a structure and energy transition where renewable energy plays a key role. I mean, we are an investor in the electricity and gas business, and we are, under construction or operation of almost 1 gigawatt of renewable energy capacity. You are going to visit tomorrow one of our wind farms. We partner with Enel, and there's a German company there. So I think this is a key example of what we want to do. We have been working in Colombia for almost 125 years, and we start to provide electricity to Bogota days. Today, we think that we need to be part of this transition. When you see what we're doing in La Guajira with this project that is not easy because we have some problems in the environmental and social areas of the development of the kind of projects, because everything is new here. They say, I mean, regulation is under transformation, but when you see what we have been doing there, we have an energy provider from Germany, it's Nordex. We are constructing towers in La Guajira with local manufacturing. We could have imported that from China, from Germany, but we have constructed the towers in La Guajira, and we are providing electricity to the system. This, I think, is a really good example of what Juan Manuel said at the beginning, because for the renewable energy value chain, we have seen what is happening. Most of the chain comes from China, especially in the solar business. So it's not that easy to, implement like the value chain here. We have the example of Brazil, where you can, get some incentives on the financing if you manufacture in Brazil, but this is not easy. Most of the solar value chain is in China. But in the hydrogen economy, this new economy, everything is happening now. And Colombia, I think, is really well positioned. We have like the investments, we have the knowledge in the gas sector as well. We have one of the best renewable energy sources in the world, cheap prices in order to produce the electricity. And we need, knowledge and technology. So I think we are in a really good partnership when you ask about the future of what we can do with Germany. I will focus the discussion there, how your technology can be used in Colombia in order to produce more technology and develop and create opportunities for the whole region, because sometimes you are thinking about Colombia or Chile or Peru, and we are within a huge region as is Latin America. We can sell to other markets. And second, how we can produce clean hydrogen and other kind of products in order to export to Germany, that you need it. It's needed in Europe. You don't have enough capacity at this moment. I think this could be the main focus of the discussion. But just to close, it's important for the people coming from Germany especially to see how this country has developed a really strong industry in the energy sector. You have one of the main companies operating in the whole Latin America. We are together in Peru, they are in Brazil, they are in other markets we as well. So we have, sound private companies here available to collaborate. The commitment of the government, and this is not easy to find in Latin America because either you have no support from the government or you don't have like huge companies committed to the transition. Here you have both. And I think this is the key point, and it should be the main point of discussion. Who Germany brings to Colombia, what Colombia can support to Germany to develop in order to bring not just to Germany, but to other countries in the region.
So it's really trying to be a role model also for other countries in Latin America, in a way you like to cooperate with countries in Europe like Germany.
Yes. Yeah, we have many experience on that. We are now, one of our main partners is from Italy, Enel. We have partners from Spain, Red Eléctrica, and gas companies. We're collaborating not just in Colombia, but in other markets in the region because there are opportunities in both sides of the business.
Great. David Peña, Director Industry Transformation at Siemens. Now, there are big expectations, value creation in Bogota, building factories. What the Siemens take? It's of course not easy to build in every country in the world a plant where you will sell a wind turbine, for instance. But what's the strategy? How do you look to Colombia? Is that an interesting market also for value creation?
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks for everyone for the invite. And to start, I will bring the German voice for sure. But it's fair to say that we in Colombia have been like more than 70 years with a local footprint. We have a shop here in Colombia, 600 plus employees, and we headquarter here in Colombia some of our divisions along Latin America. So we are strong in Colombia because we really trust in Colombian employee capabilities and market. So on the hydrogen side, last time I heard something about going to PowerPoint to power plants, right? And in this case, is to go into hydrogen plants, right? How this happens? Because if we put the market in perspective, we see that there is like a sort of 250 billion projects in the pipeline, but there are just a few ones that are really tangible projects. So what's going on with this low percentage, right, of projects that are currently going through the FID stage? And what we have seen is that when the project is under development, they see a lot of constraints regarding several variables. Most of them are coming from the investment, right? Because these projects are capital demanding, and where capital demanding is really true that building a large scale project that we as Siemens Energy are involved to, because we have already passed from pilot stage to big hydrogen capabilities. And not only bringing electrolyzer itself, we as Siemens Energy can have the possibility to bring like a sort of end-to-end solution. And technical speaking, we bring the renewables, transmission, electrolyzer itself, compression, all those packages coming from our technology. So compiling this and building a large project really demands a large investment. And the main variables that we see is that we need to take care of two things. First one is the demand for sure, because when a lender is open to make a business case and is open to put the money for a long-term shot, for sure they are willing to understand from the certainty on the off-takers for the first. And second is how, at the end, we can incentivize to make the push of the projects. And that's where the German ecosystem has made those, what they call the financial instruments, that unfortunately the people from H2 Global or the other colleagues didn't come, but just to give you a brief on this, basically the intention is to make this competitive in the beginning. So when you talk about H2 Global, it's basically the intention to pay for the difference for a traditional technology, right? And pushing the new technology in place. And this happens. I can truly tell you that this happens. We have already projects in place where we have already used those financial instruments, not H2 Global, but there's another one called FRL that basically put some grants over the place, and easiest the business case, right? You talk about on the shop side, right? On how business energy, Siemens Energy is looking for.
Yeah.
We have factory in Colombia. We have factory of transformers that currently deploy those equipment to the renewables arena, right? And not only in Colombia, in North America. There's a big market in North America, right? So we are always open to look other markets, to look options in manufacturing in place, and all depends on the incentives that we have. The law 1715, unfortunately, doesn't help us a lot, right, on local manufacturing, because there is a tax that if we bring the equipment from outside, the tax is withholded. We cannot make that. So if we can look around these options, probably we can bring more pieces over the table and manufacture more things here.
So you're very present already in the market. That's what you're saying, then, and that's something you can build on also in further steps of project development. Now, last in the row is Stefan Kaufmann for ThyssenKrupp, the other big electrolyzer company from Germany, some in the competition. And in a former life, he was the hydrogen ambassador of German government, but now with ThyssenKrupp. Please.
Yes, thank you. I'm really thankful at first to be here for the invitation, because it's always, that was I learned in my also former position, to meet the people, to meet the companies, to meet the government, to see how to make business with. So that is really important, and that's very grateful that we have this conference here today. Second, ThyssenKrupp is already a major player in the global hydrogen economy, not only in the German green transition, not only on the demand side, but also on the supply and infrastructure side. You may know ThyssenKrupp as the biggest steel company in Germany, producing 12 million tons of steel and 20 million tons of CO2. And now we have a really concrete demand starting in 2026. We started to replace our blast furnace process by a direct reduction process, and our demand in 2026 will be 200,000 tons of hydrogen a year. And it will be starting at 2026. And if you ask now about the demand, colleagues from steel side say, okay, we need a supply of 50,000 tons per supplier. So these really big figures we talk about. So that's the one side. We are really have a big demand starting 2026, but we also working on the supply side. We are one of the biggest electrolyzer companies. We are engaged in the NEOM project in Saudi Arabia, 2 gigawatt in 2026. So we are one of the few companies able to scaling up in the alkalic electrolyzers at the moment. And that is when we talk about all these big projects you talked about, there's a really bottleneck in global electrolyzers capacity. At the moment, we have maybe around 5 gigawatt worldwide in capacity. But looking at the goals of the European government, European Union, to produce 10 million tons of green hydrogen in 2030. Alone this means 100 gigawatts of electrolyzer capacity for Europe, only for these 10 million tons. So that is really something we have together. We are competitors in a way about technologies, but we have really to look for the scaling up. And the third point, ThyssenKrupp is engaged is building an ammonia and methanol plants. We are one of the few companies worldwide able to build ammonia and methanol plants in a 1 million ton scale. And that is also a big business for the future. And it's also interesting, we talked about how to ship the green energy from here to Europe. So as a methanol, as ammonia. So that's where we can contribute as ThyssenKrupp. So far we are not engaged in Colombia, but that's why I'm here to see how are the possibilities, the challenges, but also the chances for this market.
Thank you very much, Stefan. And the last point, as we were talking about speeding up the energy transformation in Germany, in Europe, also hydrogen-wise, you were mentioning also the production capacity restrictions of suppliers, at least when it comes to very short time frameworks, to make sure what can be delivered in the next 2, 3, 4 years. Do you see any scarcity there? Is that really a barrier also for the development, or at least something you have to care very early?
from my side, it's a barrier for sure. So European Union is talking about a program for the electrolyzer capacity, scaling up. So that's what we need. Also, the German government will have a program in that in the next year in the new strategy. So that's where we have to look, not only in Germany, in Europe, also globally.
Not taking that for granted. Now, there's one question by Professor Stefan Peters, the director of the Peace Institute, so to speak. As one of the key challenges, I think, when it comes to the projects in La Guajira, is acceptance, is inclusion, is how to really make all these technical projects also happen with the acceptance of the indigenous people living there. And this direction goes probably to the three of you with the experience of Colombia.
Or perhaps just to make it a little bit more precise, economic participation of local communities.
Well, I think in La Guajira we have a great opportunity to make an industry viable, by bringing the communities into the projects. In Colombia, 39% of people is living in vulnerable conditions. It means they live below the poverty line or pretty close to fall below that line. So that's something that we need to take into account. In La Guajira, let's say we have had a significant development from the natural gas perspective, but still we only have 40% of access to natural gas in the community. So I think, when we are talking about the wind potential that we have over there, it is quite important that we actually bring them. Sorry?
I think the question is even a little bit more concrete on the tools. Is that by sharing revenues from the renewables? Is that by building social infrastructure in the region, schools, hospitals? I don't know. What would be the trigger point, the way you would address the needs of these people? Is that something up to companies, to government, how to jointly develop this? I mean, this is the difficult part probably of the whole story.
She gave me a present with this question, but I mean, it's not easy. I'm gonna share an example that maybe you see in Germany. I mean, I was born in one of the most crowded wind area in Spain. We have almost 5 gigawatts near my house of wind farms. The first wind farms we saw there like 20 years ago were not giving any kind of incentive to the communities, were not giving us anything. And I mean, I have a transmission line in my garden, so I know everything about energy transition because this was new for us. But at some point, I mean, the government and the communities decide to see how this development could change the lives there. So now we have like a huge school. We have like opportunities for all people there. We have some programs that the wind farms are paying there. When you see what is happening here, because sometimes maybe it's not well known, I mean, the companies are doing a huge effort in La Guajira. I mean, we are constructing a transmission line there. As I say, we have a wind farm there. We are producing towers there. We are bringing electricity, because one of the points that is, I mean, a challenge is that you are working in an area where there is almost no electricity for many communities. So you have a lot of people without access to electricity, whereas you are constructing huge amount of gigawatts. So we are so focused there. We have a program that is called Solar Schools. So we are bringing renewable energy to the communities in order to have education there for the communities. But the companies in Colombia are doing a huge effort. Most of us are investing a lot of money for the communities. Sometimes this is not well known outside Colombia. But the point is, like, when you have a discussion, I mean, there are many ways of doing that. If you see El Salvador, for instance, when they have like a tender, they make the companies, renewable energy companies, give 3% of the income to the communities. But it's clear when you go there. The point is when you start an open discussion and when you want, like, the companies have to substitute the government, and this is not easy. I mean, we have to look for a really good discussion. I mean, we know, and I think all the companies here are committed with the best quality of life in the region. And there are really bad experiences from the past where communities saw like love of gas, coal, and I mean many products going to other markets, and they didn't see like improvements on the community. But today, I think most of us are investing in La Guajira. We are investing in water. A couple of weeks ago, we announced, Colombia has a huge mechanism that is called Obras por Impuestos, like the companies can invest in projects instead of paying taxes to the government. We announced the largest infrastructure ever invested in Colombia for this program. 15 days ago, we have invested in water there. But this point of discussion that you're trying to bring to the table has to be something agreed in the country. You cannot change every time, because you cannot go into invest in a project and then 10 days after that say, okay, you have to give that and that and that, because this is not easy. We're trying to bring, as I say, employment, development, changing in infrastructure, education, many things that where the companies are almost complementing the state. And this is happening today. As I say, you are going to see tomorrow, we are constructing wind towers in La Guajira with local employment. And this is something new. But you cannot change, or you can have to say that to the companies. You have a renewable energy tender, you have to say, okay, please get in your model that you have to pay 1% or 2%. And you know that in the European case as well, it's not easy to involve, and when you have many communities as shareholders of a wind farm, because this is really complicated.
Sure. So what you're saying is you like to contribute, you like to be engaged, but you need some sort of structure, not to end up in a bazaar, but really to have clear criteria, to have targets that you can address and that make it more transparent. Also, in the auctioning schemes, who actually, can expect what from each other? Is that what you're actually demanding from government, to have a framework within you can offer?
I think we have a good framework. The thing is the political will to implement it. One of the key issues to develop our industry or any industry is the stability of the legal framework and rule of law. We have operations in La Guajira. We have been having them for 40 years now. But what has happened recently, where you have groups that have done and followed the legal and regulatory framework and done the public consultation processes with the existing communities, identified communities several years ago, was the correct, and they did it by law. Now suddenly you have double the number of communities appeared from nowhere. Okay, let's apply the legal. You need legal authority and rule of law. And the companies followed the rules, and they did the work as how it should have been done. Now suddenly you have people coming from all over the place that were not there, were not identified communities, demanding under extortive measures and submitting the whole country to delays in the entrance of key strategic projects for the whole country. Very few people. So I think if we were going to speak about applying critical issues to develop reindustrialization, one is rule of law. And I think we have been missing part of it in this project.
Yeah, well, I think it is, well, we don't have we do have a framework for today's operations, but for the future operations related with wind, offshore wind, hydrogen projects in La Guajira, maybe not. I think we as companies need to go further just infrastructure development. Of course, it is quite important, to build schools, roads, and all the infrastructure that the communities need. But I think they need to move from a passive role, to an active role. And I think that's the key, If we have communities that they are only demanding to companies, to government, it is quite difficult. We need to build for them something that is actually, making development and creating know-how for them. In the government, they are building the roadmap for energy transition, and we will be in these dialogues for the next 16 weeks. And one of the projects, the reference projects that the government is targeting is in La Guajira, because as the Ministry of Mine mentioned, we need to create that comunidades energéticas, that concept. We need to bring that concept into reality, but we don't know exactly we don't know how to do it exactly. So we need to start with a prototype, and they are targeting 3 areas in Colombia, one in La Guajira, the other one at the Pacific Ocean, and the third one near to Cesar. So I think that's something that we need to actually build all together, because there is not, like, I would say there is not one single answer that will apply for all the regions in Colombia. So we need to go step by step.
Right, but what you're asking for is naming and identifying the authorized institutions by government to whom you could actually negotiate and to talk to make sure that you're not addressed by too many stakeholders or people who, well, think to have a take in it and play out one against the other. To make clear structures, and with this, we are very close to policy again, and it gets clear that these two have to work very closely together, especially in sensitive regions as La Guajira, with all the technical potentials. We have, of course, experiences in Germany and in other countries how to create and foster acceptance when it comes to, well, participating from the tax revenues where wind turbines are installed, for instance, when communities, municipalities are financing these projects. But in this sense, this doesn't probably apply, so we really have to identify new solutions. And with this, Minister, I'd like to hand it over, as now, of course, not only the final words, but also maybe the framework that I have to open would be up to you. And please applause all the panelists for the discussion.
Sí, mire, a veces uno tiene que principiar por el final, ¿no? Y básicamente la aproximación a las comunidades, a los raizales, siente uno que el abordaje que se ha hecho hasta ahora no es precisamente el más adecuado. Los indígenas guayús, por poner el ejemplo de La Guajira, son los dueños del territorio. Ellos no son unos aparecidos en el territorio. Primer punto. Segundo punto, los indígenas guayú tienen su cultura, sus conocimientos tradicionales, su forma de vida. Todas las condiciones antropológicas, no se sienten ni colombianos ni venezolanos, por ejemplo, sino son guayús. Entonces, la forma de aproximación, ya anoche lo hablábamos, no es una forma de aproximación ni asistencialista, ni de irrespeto de su condición de dueños del territorio, ni de irrespeto de su identidad cultural, ni de irrespeto a su plurietnia, a su policlasismo, a sus condiciones específicas. Decíamos nosotros que en este gobierno hemos planteado desde el principio, en el plan de desarrollo, inclusive una aproximación al territorio, al agua, a la naturaleza y al respeto de las comunidades. Por supuesto, hay proyectos inmensos en La Guajira, pero no puede ser que le cambio su pedazo de, y voy a poner ejemplos muy duros, pero son ciertos, le voy a hacer 100 casas y le voy a poner un acueducto y cosas de... No, la aproximación al territorio y a las comunidades tiene que ser una aproximación a partir del respeto de su condición étnica y su condición de propietario. Y también, cuando hablan del imperio de la ley, sí es que es el imperio de la ley, pero es que también hay una ley indígena que tiene que ver con el territorio. Y por eso las consultas, ¿cuál es la ley buena? ¿La ley indígena o la ley nuestra? La que tiene que ver con el territorio. Entonces la aproximación a las comunidades para todos esos proyectos, yo le decía ayer una cosa que es verdad. Pues la verdad es que yo soy el más derechista de los izquierdistas del gabinete, ¿no? Pero en esos términos, esa aproximación la puede hacer un gobierno que ha planteado desde el principio en su proyecto político el respeto a los derechos de las comunidades, cosa que no le pasaba a los gobiernos que han existido en Colombia en los últimos 3 años. Ese es un plus grande, importante, en donde el gobierno se convierte realmente en el árbitro de estos temas que se están mencionando, porque por un lado, pues uno escucha a los empresarios privados con sus características, tienen su sesgo, tienen derecho a tener su sesgo, pero uno escucha a los indígenas y ellos tienen derecho a tener su sesgo. ¿Quién es el árbitro? ¿Quién es el intermediario? Pues un gobierno que tiene un profundo sentido social y de respeto de los territorios y de las comunidades. Entonces, cuando yo les decía anoche a ustedes inversionistas posibles, claro, bienvenidos, bienvenidos a partir del respeto por los territorios, de las comunidades, y no bienvenidos, en el caso de los alemanes no fue así, pero es que a los territorios y a las comunidades no se les da espejitos, se les respeta sus derechos, y a partir del respeto de sus derechos se puede construir una relación muy útil entre los inversionistas, el desarrollo y los proyectos que se están presentando. Me perdonan, yo habitualmente soy muy suavecito, muy prudente, pero es que este tema sí es de la raíz del proyecto político que nosotros tenemos de respeto por los derechos de las comunidades. Segundo punto, que es muy interesante lo que plantean. Cuando hablamos de una política de reindustrialización, que lo plantearon varios de ustedes, y empieza uno a ver los mecanismos anteriores de las políticas industriales que existían a partir de propuestas puramente proteccionistas, dice uno, hay unas que le gustan a uno, pero también no son posibles. Hay otras que le parecen a uno interesantes. Entonces, ahorita la pregunta es cuáles son los mecanismos posibles e ingeniosos, pero adaptándose a todo lo que han planteado ustedes. ¿Dónde está lo más importante de las políticas en reindustrialización que pueden hacer los gobiernos? En todos los temas de incorporación de progreso técnico, de investigación, de innovación y demás. Porque eso no está, y afortunadamente no está, aunque está en algunos aspectos de propiedad intelectual limitado por las políticas de los erróneos tratados de protección de inversiones tal y como se firmaron. En este momento la discusión en el mundo tiene que ver con la reindustrialización y cuando ustedes ven en el marco de la OCDE, tal vez la principal discusión sobre los tratados de protección de inversiones tiene que ver con la discusión inversionistas-Estado. Pero es en la OCDE, no es que lo estemos diciendo los países en desarrollo. Es que en el marco de la OCDE, el problema de la discusión de la interpretación de cosas como inversionistas-Estado, anulación o menoscabo en los beneficios esperados en materia de propiedad intelectual o expropiación indirecta o el tema de normas de competencia multilaterales para controlar el abuso de posición dominante de mercado, se está volviendo un tema fundamental de discusión entre los países desarrollados, no con los en desarrollo, sino de discusión misma entre los países desarrollados, porque al final la aplicación de todos esos tratados de protección de inversiones terminaron sancionando más y dándole más derechos a sus agentes económicos que a los estados de los países desarrollados. Entonces, también en este tema estamos viviendo una situación bien particular. Es que la reacción frente a la profundización de la globalización, tal como se hizo en los últimos 30 años, está conduciendo, por ejemplo, en la Unión Europea, a ver la necesidad de cerrar un poco sus mercados, de recuperar herramientas que antes se habían perdido con los grados de libertad y que tienen que ver con toda la discusión de cómo se hizo el desarrollo de la Organización Mundial de Comercio Plus en los temas de acceso a mercancías, acceso a mercados, en los temas de propiedad intelectual, en los temas de servicios y en los temas de servicios, por ejemplo, relacionado con las compras estatales y con las compras estatales a su vez relacionados con todo lo que tiene que ver con las regiones y también en los temas de inversión también relacionado con los capítulos de los servicios y la misma solución de controversia a través de los tribunales de arbitramiento. Es que estamos sintiendo que en el mundo no solo es el planteamiento sobre Latinoamérica que hicimos, sino que en el mundo se está barajando de nuevo no solo la institucionalidad del sistema financiero internacional, no solo la institucionalidad del sistema político internacional, sino también la institucionalidad del sistema comercial internacional. Por ejemplo, medidas como las adoptadas en el día de ayer por el Parlamento Europeo, que todavía no son medidas que se vayan a aplicar, porque en Europa afortunadamente las cosas se demoran bastante a veces, por lo menos en las decisiones de la Unión Europea y en las decisiones de la Comisión y de los consejos de ministros. Ya hubo una decisión inicial, pero ese tema de los derechos ambientales y laborales, simplemente mirados como un tema puramente proteccionismo, de reacción, de proteccionismo, y no como un tema de inversión profunda en detener con nosotros la deforestación de la Amazonía, como lo estamos planteando, parece un error estratégico cuando los países sudamericanos que tienen la Amazonía, que tienen el pulmón, están proponiendo detener la deforestación y hacer toda una acción. Si yo fuera lógico, estaría diciendo voy a apoyarlos en eso que ustedes decidieron. Si yo no soy lógico, les digo no, hagan lo que quieran y más bien les cierro los mercados desde el punto de vista de las normas laborales y ambientales. Por supuesto, estos son temas de seguridad que nosotros también tenemos que tener en nuestro contexto de análisis. Primero, las comunidades son las dueñas del territorio. Así hay que abordar su pluricultura y sus cuestiones, y hay posibilidades inmensas de desarrollo, porque no son los que van a recibir unos beneficios, sino van a ser los socios de los grandes proyectos. Segundo, en el marco de la globalización, todos, menos algunos, están hablando de una internacionalización con rostro humano, no profundizar una globalización sin rostro humano. Tercero, eso va a implicar, en nuestra opinión, barajar de nuevo muchos de los temas fundamentales que de pronto se exageraron y que van a tener que tener un nuevo arbitraje. Ahora, si eso es cierto y si es verdad que estamos, como lo han manifestado en el día de hoy, porque yo lo que tenía que recoger era un resumen, una síntesis, pero puede ser una síntesis comentada porque si no se vuelve supremamente aburridor. Pero dentro de esa síntesis, pues ustedes plantean cosas interesantísimas que parecen repeticiones de cosas que hemos dicho, que debe haber seguridad jurídica a la inversión. Es que la seguridad jurídica a la inversión la da la seguridad social, política y económica del respeto del territorio, además de los aspectos legales, y con los dos estamos cumpliendo. Entonces ese es un punto que es muy importante mencionar. En segundo lugar, pues cuando nos la estamos jugando a los temas fundamentales de la transición energética en Latinoamérica y en Sudamérica, pues estamos hablando de una oferta de valor importantísima que se puede contemplar. En tercer lugar, tal vez la frase más interesante que escuché yo hoy fue del señor, de la empresa ThyssenKrupp, cuando dijo, antes no los ven, lo dijo en otros términos, pero lo voy a poner en sus términos. Antes no existían, a partir de hoy existen y están en el radar de Alemania. Que eso, desde el día de ayer, para mí eso fue sorprendente, porque uno tiene derecho a ser escéptico, pero lo que sí realmente es una maravilla es ver cómo la dialéctica hegeliana de los alemanes los lleva claramente a entender que las oportunidades que se están dando son maravillosas en este momento en toda Sudamérica. Eso para mí fue una enseñanza especial del día de hoy y una frase extraordinaria de alguien que no conoce Colombia, que no conoce en los términos que queremos Sudamérica, pero que rápidamente es capaz de captar la importancia de lo que está pasando acá. Me imagino que se va con muchas dudas, pero no por alemán, sino por cartesiano, por francés, porque es necesario tener ese racionalismo importante frente a la dialéctica hegeliana que usted mencionó, que yo mencioné. Hay cosas interesantísimas que se vieron en el día de hoy. Y lo que se ve en el día de hoy es que nadie está planteando simplemente inversiones sin reindustrialización, sin cadenas de valor, ni ustedes ni nosotros. Estamos entendiendo perfectamente que las oportunidades deben ser de desarrollo conjunto. Se recuperó la cordura de la complementación industrial, productiva y de servicios. Yo no sé si de aquí van a salir financiamiento a largo plazo. Lo que yo sí sé es que está saliendo algo de voluntades interesantes. Y por supuesto, se plantea un punto que es bien importante, que es el tema de cuál va a ser el papel del Estado en la promoción de la inversión y la promoción del desarrollo y la promoción de la reindustrialización. Eso, del papel del Estado en esa promoción, indudablemente tiene que rescatarse. Tenemos que ser el garante del financiamiento. Tendremos que tener claramente la garantía y la retrogarantía frente a las grandes inversiones. Las grandes inversiones se hacen en Alemania con el apoyo del gobierno, con el apoyo de todos sus institutos de financiamiento, y las grandes inversiones en contrapartida tendremos que ser nosotros garantes como Estado de ese financiamiento. Por ejemplo, esa es una de las alternativas porque ni Ecopetrol, que es inmenso, que es el 20% de la economía colombiana, tiene la posibilidad de ser garante de los grandes proyectos que estamos presentando. Y esto tiene que ser un compromiso del Estado y del gobierno. Esos son los procesos de transformación. Y realmente, pues sí, la oferta financiera existe, la oferta para inversión, la oferta para corto plazo, la oferta existe. Pero fue muy útil para nosotros ver nuestra banca, Bancoldis, que a veces se les olvidó, mi querido Javier, yo soy presidente de esa junta directiva y él es el presidente del banco, a veces se nos olvidan que somos banco de desarrollo. Y ese concepto de volver al banco de desarrollo quiere decir que yo no puedo competir en los mismos términos de la banca privada, pero tampoco somos una entidad con ánimo de quiebra. Pero estamos volviendo, y hoy lo planteó él en sus 2 minutos de intervención, lo cual me tiene muy contento, que yo soy Bancoldes y Bancoldes es un banco de desarrollo y ustedes son bancos de desarrollo y nos tenemos que comportar como bancos de desarrollo. Fue absolutamente claro y fue también absolutamente claro por el Banco Latinoamericano y por la CAF. Eso lo vimos hace 3 días en el Uruguay, en donde ustedes recuperan su papel de banco de desarrollo, sostenibilidad, de banco que va a colaborar con la transición energética, con todo eso estratégico que nos mostraron que implica un cambio fundamental. Es decir, y para finalizar, tengo que decirles que para mí ha sido profundamente útil esta conversación, creo que para todos fue profundamente útil, porque nos conocemos hace rato, pero no nos reconocíamos hace 30 años. Hoy, 30 años después, nos estamos reconociendo y respetando mutuamente porque tenemos proyectos conjuntos de desarrollo a realizar para bien de nuestra población y no simplemente de un segmento de la población. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, señor ministro. Y para cerrar, yo sé que ya muchos tenemos hambre, en vivo y en directo nos están siguiendo y el almuerzo se retrasó un poquito, pero voy a darle la palabra al doctor Javier Campillo, el director del IPSE, el Instituto de Planificación y de Soluciones Energéticas para Zonas No Interconectadas. Doctor Javier, cortico porque ya veo acá a la gente un poco agotada, pero bueno, para cerrar.
Dale, gracias Karen. Sí, haré un resumen muy rápido de todo lo que conversamos hoy, muy importante. Y quisiera comenzar pues reconociendo la capacidad energética que siempre ha tenido Colombia. Es decir, indiscutiblemente, no solamente hemos sido ricos en hidrocarburos, sino que también estamos reconociendo la capacidad que tenemos en energía fotovoltaica, eólica, geotermia, biomasa, que claramente nos va a permitir en esta transición energética jugar un papel no solamente en Latinoamérica, sino en el mundo. Ahora, para hacer eso posible, debemos movernos de un sistema extraccionista, que era el modelo de hidrocarburos, hacia un modelo en donde la reindustrialización nos va a llevar a una soberanía tecnológica, donde el nuestro valor competitivo va a estar en esa transformación energética. A diferencia de los hidrocarburos, trabajar con el viento o trabajar con el sol requiere una transformación energética que requiere de alta tecnología. En ese sentido y en esta colaboración con Alemania, uno de los elementos que se resaltan es la gran capacidad tecnológica. Lo vimos en la excelente presentación que hizo el doctor Christopher Hebling de Fraunhofer de la capacidad histórica que ha tenido Alemania. Entonces, en esta colaboración es muy importante que en Colombia pensemos en una alianza con una clara misión en transferencia de conocimiento y transferencia de tecnología que nos permita apostarle a esa soberanía tecnológica que es la que nos va a garantizar esta soberanía energética en el largo plazo. Firmamos CERFER, el Centro Regional de Energías, de Formación en Energías Renovables. Es fundamental que este instituto, ¿por qué no pensarnos en esta colaboración en una sede de Fraunhofer, en este centro de innovación que Ecopetrol apalancó y que está invitando a todos los actores para que trabajemos juntos en este proceso de transición y que en este proceso de transición dejemos desarrollo tecnológico en el país? Juan Manuel lo mencionaba en su intervención de Promigas de forma muy inteligente, cómo debemos pensar en este desarrollo tecnológico, cómo maximizamos el uso de recursos locales como por ejemplo el níquel, cómo nosotros estos metales de transición nacionales son utilizados para la fabricación de estos nuevos componentes y nos permiten a Colombia tener un rol de participación en el mercado, no solamente suministrando hidrocarburos como lo hemos hecho por muchas décadas, sino que también podamos entrar a hablar de par a par con países como Alemania intercambiando tecnología. En este proceso de transición energética es un proceso de transición económica, es un proceso de transición centrado en el conocimiento y un conocimiento de alto nivel. Colombia tiene las capacidades, tenemos a las empresas, lo está haciendo Ecopetrol, lo está haciendo Promigas, tenemos una gran cantidad de empresas y no solamente nos debemos quedar con la gran empresa, sino que este proceso de transferencia de conocimiento debe llegar hasta a nuestra mediana y pequeña empresa. Ahora, tocando el tema que mencionaba el ministro, esto va a implicar el uso de nuestros recursos renovables que se encuentran concentrados en nuestra distribución territorial nacional, en unas zonas en donde es muy importante respetar la herencia histórica del territorio. Es que es muy importante que cuando lleguemos a estos proyectos, sobre todo en los proyectos del norte de La Guajira, estamos trabajando en el territorio de la nación wayú. Y este modelo no es un modelo único en Colombia. En muchos países estos procesos de energización en estos territorios han sido posibles a través de una vinculación real entre las comunidades y las empresas, en una alianza, y son términos que conocemos desde las empresas desde toda la vida, y es, listo, hacemos una alianza, ustedes ponen el territorio, nosotros ponemos la tecnología, la infraestructura y trabajamos juntos en este proyecto. Somos socios en este proyecto y claramente a la comunidad le va a interesar el éxito de esta empresa. El éxito de la producción energética que se tenga en esta empresa le va a interesar y por ende va a hacer todo lo posible para que estas empresas no solamente sean exitosas, sino que sean sostenibles en el tiempo. Van a garantizar esto. Entonces, estas alianzas existen, los hemos visto en Canadá, lo hemos visto en Sudáfrica. ¿Por qué no lo hacemos en Colombia? ¿Por qué no hacemos esta transición energética dentro de un marco de respeto a las comunidades que nos permita un gana-gana entre las empresas y las comunidades para que todos crezcamos? Y lo necesitamos porque el mundo en esta transición va a requerir de grandes cantidades de nuevos vectores energéticos, en el que podemos resaltar el hidrógeno, y como lo vimos en varias presentaciones el día de hoy, el hidrógeno como vector energético tiene el potencial de ser el más diverso y el más versátil. Colombia, por su posición estratégica, nos permite, y en el norte de La Guajira, con el potencial eólico, nos va a permitir producir, por ejemplo, hidrógeno verde offshore. Podemos incluso reducir los costos de producción ahorrando las interconexiones a tierra y haciendo bunkering, produciendo hidrógeno verde para exportar directamente en forma de amonia, de metanol o incluso directamente en forma de hidrógeno líquido. Y para que esto sea posible, vamos a necesitar de fuertes inversiones. Esta alianza, y es una invitación a que esta alianza no se quede en un memorando de entendimientos, en un memorando de colaboración y conversaciones, sino que realmente fijemos y que tengamos unos presupuestos vinculantes que garanticen que estas inversiones se lleven a cabo y además que podamos tener unos mercados o unas garantías de compra de este futuro hidrógeno que nos permita garantizar que estas inversiones que se van a hacer en la producción tengan una venta garantizada. Esto va a implicar subsidios, como ha sucedido con otras tecnologías, como sucedió con eólica y con solar. Recuerdo que Alemania a principios de siglo fue pionero con el proyecto de 100.000 techos, que fue un proyecto en el que la energía fotovoltaica no era rentable y fue una apuesta gigante que le hizo Alemania para desarrollar todo un ecosistema energético al fortalecer la energía fotovoltaica. Y claramente eso generó un impacto mundial y hoy por hoy vemos que la tecnología fotovoltaica a gran escala es la más económica. De la misma forma, este ejemplo puede ser pensado en países como Colombia, en donde realicemos estas grandes inversiones, en donde garanticemos una compra de este hidrógeno, que hoy está muy alto, pero que podamos garantizar que pongamos un precio, que digan, les puedo comprar hidrógeno a $3.5 el kilogramo por los próximos 15 años. Eso va a garantizar y va a atraer inversionistas. Entonces es muy importante que en estos diálogos logremos fijar esos compromisos económicos, tenemos aquí a la banca, que nos permitan desarrollar. Y ya para cerrar muy rápidamente, nuevamente quisiera mencionar estas palabras de su último slide en la presentación de Christopher Hebling, para parafrasearlo un poco. No tenemos tiempo para esperar, tenemos que hacerlo ya. Entonces, es una invitación a que pongamos números concretos sobre la mesa que nos permita realmente llevar estos proyectos de transición energética a cabo. Muchas gracias.
Bueno, muy bien. Fue una mañana y un pedazo de tarde increíblemente productivos, enriquecedores, no solo desde un punto de vista intelectual, sino desde un punto de vista de relaciones. Yo creo que hubo realmente construcción de conocimiento y construcción de entendimiento, lo decía el ministro. Con esto cerramos la sesión. Les queremos agradecer por estar acá. No siempre es fácil sacar el tiempo, medírsele al sol de Cartagena, la lancha, toda la visita, pero les queremos dar las gracias. Ha sido para nosotros un placer. Y por último, invitarlos a que no olvidemos que estamos en un centro de conocimiento. Y en ese sentido, caminar por el centro e interactuar con las diferentes estaciones y diferentes personas sigue siendo una experiencia enriquecedora. Y si se quieren tomar un break, un café, los invitamos a que conozcan el centro, caminen un poco, interactúen con la gente. Y nuevamente, muchas gracias. Esta es su casa. Siempre bienvenidos. Muchas gracias.
Bueno, y a todos los que nos están viendo bajo las redes sociales del Ministerio de Minas y Energía, del Ministerio de Industria, Comercio y Turismo y las redes sociales, sobre todo Ecopetrol, muchas gracias por acompañarnos el día de hoy. Con esto cerramos el diálogo binacional de la política de reindustrialización con Alemania, pero sobre todo de la reindustrialización colombiana bajo fuentes de energías renovables. Gracias a todos, esperamos que este diálogo no termine aquí y por eso les estaremos contando cuáles van a ser los próximos pasos después de esta visita de todos nuestros compañeros y líderes de Alemania en Colombia. Muchas gracias y un saludo muy especial desde Cartagena. Que tengan todos un feliz viernes.